Information is everywhere. But insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you'll be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So
but as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles
mastering in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why BusinessDay Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alarm, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, BusinessDay Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
You didn't start off to deal with payroll. We did. You didn't start off to figure out compliance rules. We did. You didn't start off to spend hours on tax calculations. You're building, we're calculating. You didn't start off to chase pension receipts. We send them automatically. You didn't start off to do manual uploads on bank portals. We handle salary payment, bulk pay, instantly to all banks. You didn't start off to pay fines. We settle your payee pension instantly. You didn't start to get ripped off. We make sure you pay right and stay compliant. You didn't start out to explain late salaries to your team. We make sure they are paid on time. Your job? Build your business. Ours? Handle your payroll. Payroll, benefits, loans. We handle it so you don't have to.
In a world that never stops moving, stay in control with a bank that's always working for you. Even if your internet connection shuts down, banking continues instantly with our USSD code *7111#. Experience seamless transactions on the go. Settle your bills, top up airtime or data, sell FX, and more with the Key mobile app. Speaking of more, you can automate payments and savings on multiple accounts, and also stay up to date with your investments on the Key mobile app. Experience branchless banking today. Keystone Bank, we grow together.
Getting the right mobile phone insurance tailored to your specific need can be a hassle. Introducing Skrella, your one-stop solution, providing screen calibration test, glass and IMEI eye check to confirm the physical condition of the device. And all this is done from the comfort of your home. Skrella offers affordable premiums and an easy-to-navigate dashboard. A wallet service for easy payments and vouchers as well. A robust paperless claims reporting process to ensure speedy delivery of service to users. Skrella prioritizes user devices and made provision for health checks on their device to monitor the health status of the smartphone. Elevate your peace with Skrella.
Entrepreneurship is for everybody, but not everybody is for entrepreneurship.
They are the dreamers.
I remember it was like 3 a.m. by 21st of December 2021.
The disruptors.
Life is not affordable, let's be real.
The doers.
BZD Academy has trained over 3,000 event professionals.
In a place where the odds don't play fair, they play harder.
I would like my business to be remembered as one of the homegrown organizations that has helped with shaping the narrative of this continent positively.
From first-time founders to industry giants, this is where serious business meets unexpected turns.
I could stay up hours of the night just watching things about space.
Welcome to Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma, where we unravel the buzz and glamorous headshots to bring you the untold.
When I went for youth service, where I was sent to, instead of me to go to work, I went to go and learn how to sew.
Raw.
I'm blown away by the challenges they're facing.
And real stories of Nigeria's fearless young entrepreneurs.
And not only yes.
Watch Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma every Tuesday on BusinessDay television.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At Business Day, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is worth commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol. We get everyone in Nigeria with a suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like savings again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. Welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show right here on Business Day. This is where we bring to you some of the biggest stories across the world, across the globe, across Nigeria. And my name is Elizabeth Musa. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. Of course, on the show this morning with me, I've got
Onyeka Valentine.
Right. Good morning to you.
Good morning, good morning, good morning.
Let me first.
So that's a sign of relief. It's
How
getting,
are you?
Oh, very well. We're getting close to Friday, so it's halfway, not full now.
I think the sigh is not even just Friday. I think it's for the year
so far.
So you're getting that point where you're already hitting this, like we said before we started the show, like your law of diminishing returns setting it.
Most definitely.
Like you're feeling exhausted. It's been such a busy year.
Yes.
Very busy year, if you ask me. But I mean, we're almost there. But the thing is, when you say almost there, there's no finishing line.
So when people say they're almost there, the idea is you create short milestones so that you can be able to achieve short-term goals, hoping that it will sum up to a long-term goal. It's good enough that the year is rounding up and people are running around trying to do last-minute sales, last-minute purchase. But while you do that, remember there's January that is coming with tax. And so I keep telling people, look, don't spend all your money because it's the end of the year. In fact, this is the time where you need to even save, because we always know that January gets very long. And so if you look at it, yes, law of diminishing return is setting in. Everyone is just, taking it easy so that they don't rush into things and get into trouble. At the same time, as you spend, remember to spend on a budget, because a lot of things will flood the market now. New clothes, new this, new that, everything will be in the market space. So as someone who is, a responsible spender, you ask yourself, my spending ability, can it see me through December and have something extra so I can run some little bills and answer some prayers of some family members?
And thank you for
January.
giving us this financial tips this one, because I think it's really important. You're speaking to me because you find that especially in Lagos and in the areas where I stay, there's a lot of things happening. You also have this FOMO where you don't want to miss out. You don't want to be like, I've worked all year now. So how then do you find the balance? Because you're thinking, I've worked all year, I need to at least enjoy myself. But at the same time, you're not going to start January asking for money or begging for money. So one has to now know where to draw the line. So how do we draw this line? Because there are lots of things happening. And trust me, as a young person, I'm a young person now. I want to have fun.
True.
I want to chill with my guys.
It's part of it. Social activity should not come second to social media. No. So this is a time when everybody wants to use that social activity, right, to their benefit. However, in doing that, remember, don't let your guard down. Don't say because you want to meet people who are returnees from the diaspora and then, network and then meet a lot of great friends who've not seen in a while. Some of them have been into a lot that you don't know. And so they are now back. You don't know if they still have the same values and integrity that they have before they left the country or before last time you saw them. If you are looking out to make new friends, it's good to make new friends. I'm all for great social activity.
Yeah.
But like I said before we started the show, if every activity that you get involved in this Christmas, right, is not adding value to you, rather it is more of a liability than an asset, my brother, sister, run.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Let's see what we have on the headlines this morning. Dangote petitions ICPC over alleged $7 million illicit spending by the NMDPRA CEO. Again, 15.2 million housing units in Nigeria structurally inadequate, and this one is according to the federal government. Senate cuts oil benchmark to $60. Now, again, Central Bank of Nigeria revokes licenses of ASO Savings, Union Homes over regulatory breaches. Can I just say very quickly about this Dangote petitioning ICPC over the alleged $7 million illicit spending by the NMDPRA CEO? I don't know if you'd seen it, if you saw the breakdown he did.
Right.
If you saw it yesterday on social media, like it's already out there circulated. It broke down the NMDPRA, Mr. Farouk. It broke down his spendings, you know, detailing the cost of his children's education, detailing, you know, trips. And I thought to myself, how did he even get wind of this? You know.
So, first and foremost, they say those in glass houses should not throw stones. You are in public eye. You have been given the opportunity to manage public funds based on resources. And you want to live a flamboyant life. Meanwhile, you're trying to bottle someone else. Of course, right? The sun shines from every angle when it's time to shine on you. How have I said so? Why have I said so? It's good that at least now we can see that there's a different side from the side of Dangote. So those who are planning to do a lot of should think twice. The folks said the show, I said he's adopting the VDM style, where if you come for him, he will now go in and dig out some certain things. The man is a billionaire. He can pay private investigators to go investigate these things, right? And they say money leaves trails. I like the fact you said, how does he get wind of all these things? Great question. As journalists now, we will say, if you ask me, who go ask, right? But let us now try and see if we can answer it for our viewers. Truth be told, the man is a public servant, Mr. Farouk, right? Already, the money that you earn is out there and it's clear. Just we know how much, you know, senators earn and ministers, something like that. So we know how much you earn. Yes, we can give some, you know, some exemptions based on you do other side businesses, but money leaves trails. So it's easy for Dangote to now say, set up machinery, set up one or two persons to go and investigate to know what's going on. Remember, he came for Dangote. He was trying to, you know, bottleneck some certain things. But I like the fact that say, he who is down fears no fall. Dangote has seen a lot already. His cupboard is open. If you think there's a skeleton there, you can go ahead and go and check. Go with your torchlight. If the skeleton knocks you on the head, then that's your business. So I like the fact that, you know, he's laying it out. This will not be a deterrent, and of course, it will be a warning to every other public office holder out there saying, before you want to regulate to kill someone's business, be prepared that your own backyard is clear of all wrongdoings. You know, there's this old saying that goes this way. He who claims that he has a cow in his backyard, meanwhile he has a goat, it's only a matter of time. When the cow gives birth, the sound.
I've never heard this saying anywhere. Where did you create it?
Oh, well, like they say, he
who claims he has a cow in his backyard. I've never heard it.
Oh, well, you don't know everything.
English proverb, African proverb, Nigerian proverb, Igbo proverb.
African. So, you know, so I mean, Farouk has always felt, maybe for what it's worth, you know, untouchable. Meanwhile, you're spending millions.
Someone said that Dangote is using Elon Musk style in Nigeria. You know how Elon Musk is so unhinged. He can do anything. It's looking like Dangote is becoming the deciding see the side of him. 2025 really brought out the side of Dangote that we never saw.
And the way and manner he broke it down, you know, at some point, people, you will laugh because he comes with this sense of humor. He even asks his friends, he come. He called his name, said, can you even pay that one $5 million? I said, no. You can't pay that money. I know you're my friend. You have a lot of money. You can't pay that kind of money for your children. How can someone like Farouk pay? In fact, you know, let's the authorities go and follow through.
And I like that he's doing this, you know, seeing someone as big as Dangote, someone easily, obviously, Africa's richest man, and someone that's created so many jobs for Nigerians, you know, industrialists to the core. being this person that is calling out something like this, I think it's really commendable. And they must investigate. Let's get to the root of it.
ICPC are not going to sleep.
They must get
EFCC,
to the root of it.
They're going to find out what's going on. Really.
Interesting. So, I mean, some of the other headlines we have this morning: 15.2 million housing units in Nigeria structurally inadequate. I'm shocked that it's even 15.2 million. I think it should be more than that, if you ask me.
I'm even rather surprised that we actually have this, data saying it's 15.2 million. I'm asking myself a question: why are we still, grappling with, lack of accommodation and a whole lot? But however, as the case may be, if this is the margin, and they've come out to now say there is, like it says there, it says, the housing deficit. Well, what can we say? Those who are the experts, we're waiting for them to tell us if at the end of the day, if you're into mortgage, will you smile? Now the year is running out. You know what I mean now? For some people who have put all their life savings into mortgage, they're thinking, will I be able to really own that home, or am I just waiting for doomsday?
I'm trying to get where you're coming from when you say, will I be able to, I'm trying to get the context of your...
So for some people who will see this headline, they'll be asking themselves a question: can I, for what is worth, use this particular, headline to now get into mortgage? Should I think of it? Remember, it's all about housing, really.
So is it about getting mortgage or about now creating better houses? I think the focus now should be, you see the gap that 15.2 million housing units in Nigeria are structurally inadequate, which means that in terms of their building, in terms of their structure, it's inadequate. So I think that the opportunity here, because when you see a challenge, then you find opportunity. The opportunity here will be thinking of what kind of homes can we now create that are structurally adequate.
That's why I'm saying that, look, at the end of the day, if they are structurally not adequate, which means that if you get into mortgage and say, I want to get a house, you don't even know if the house is going to last the test of time. Maybe if it's supposed to last for like 5 or 10 years and you are paying the mortgage for that stretch of period, before that time, if the house starts having issues, right, start dilapidating because structurally it's not in place. So you see where I'm coming from now. So it will make those who want to, go for mortgage a life thing, right? Not necessarily life, but for a long time. So if we have structural problem, I'm thinking, wait a minute, Elizabeth. If I go and say I want to push for a building, I'm going to pay gradually. Am I sure that after 2-3 years, right, the structure will probably not be there, because materials they use in building the structure, right, cannot even hold. So it will make those who want to get into mortgage, right, make them think twice. You shy away from it. But do you have the money to go and say you want to outrightly build your own? That's a big question.
Well, that's a big question. We'll take a quick break and be right back for the newspaper review in the beat. Do stay with us.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight,
showing every Monday on Business Day Television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Still watching the Business Day TV breakfast show. Welcome back. This is the newspaper review segment of the show. We'll be taking a look at some of the papers that we have today. Of course, we'll start from home. We'll start with the Business Day paper this morning. The big story on the front page of the Business Day paper says, holiday demand tests national grid as gas supply tightens. And on page 30 of Business Day paper this morning, on the front page, it says Dangote petitions ICPC over alleged $7 million fraud as NMDPRA CEO stays silent. We already spoke about that one. And still on page 30 of the papers this morning, federal government's 30 trillion naira revenue gap puts fiscal management under scrutiny. And still on page 30 this morning, 2025 in review, how inflation shaped Africa's biggest market. Still on page 30 this morning, crypto liquidation hits $583 million as Bitcoin slides to 86,000. I think we should narrow in on this big story here. The one talking about holiday demand testing national grid as gas supply tightens. Now, it goes on to say that Nigeria's national grid is buckling under pressure as fresh gas supply constraints curtail power generation across Africa's most populous country, leaving millions without reliable electricity during the holiday season when demand typically peaks, which is what we're talking about just before we came on air. The lack of electricity, is that a word? Can I use that? Can I say the inadequate power supply that we've had for a couple of weeks now, 1 week, all week, about 2 weeks now, when you'd actually need power supply, is actually alarming. It's actually very uncomfortable for so many Nigerians. And obviously this story explains it, that obviously it's fresh gas supply constraints that is actually leading us to this inadequate power supply that we're seeing. And saying the situation worsened on Tuesday when the Nigerian National Grid confirmed that generation companies are grappling with gas supply shortages, which is limiting their ability to maintain optimal output and operational frequency. You know, I do say that the issues, the problems that we have in Nigeria, they're like third world, they're low quality problems, because honestly, I would just like to speak with someone from, an energy expert or something on this conversation, because I'm just wondering why now? Firstly, why now? Why now? Why are we having this problem now? And why are we grappling
inadequate
gas supply shortages? What's wrong? Like there are just so many questions that I'm going to ask, like so many. He's talking about the discos, the gen codes. Now it goes on to say here in the story that industry players have linked the gas outages to the December 10 exploration or something like that. Let me go deep into the story, to the December 10 explosion incident that happened at Escravos pipeline in Southwest Delta, Delta State. So this definitely has affected. But I wonder how long we're going to have to deal with this, because it's really uncomfortable. It's actually really uncomfortable dealing with and living with inadequate power supply.
I was just going through, do some small research, reading through, to understand why we, like rightly said, that while we experiencing third world, kind of, issues. Yes, we as a nation, are we not even within that line? Where obviously I think that we shouldn't even be at that space right now, knowing that we're Africa's largest, most populous country. However, having said this, I think from the journalistic angle, the question should now be, can we make sure that we can get those people who are part and parcel of wasting our gas supply, wasting through gas flare? Can we deal with that? Anyways, we'll take a quick break and come back.
Yeah, we'll take a quick break. We'll be back and see what we have on the front page of the papers this morning.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Still the Business Day television breakfast show, and just before we went on the break, we were seeing what we had on the front page of the Business Day paper, which talked about holiday demand testing national grid as gas supply tightens, and then some of the conversations from industry players who have linked these gas outages, to the December 10 explosion which happened in Escravos. But I think the conversation which is most uncomfortable for Nigerians is the fact that we now have to deal with inadequate power supply, right? Across board, Lagos, which is where we reside, you see so many people complaining about this. And I'm also worrying about how this might affect. Now, I just got backs that we really try to cater to for this old Dirty December thing. They are complaining about the amount of money they have to spend. So if they're in the areas where they're even giving them power supply, it's really expensive right now. Because of that, the amount that they're paying daily, per night in Airbnb, short let and whatnot, is over the top. So when they're thinking about it, at the end of the day, they're dealing with spending excessive amounts because of a so-called, because now I'm saying so-called, you saw before December, I was a chief advocate of it, but now it's very uncomfortable for people, because if they're dealing with having to spend so much per night, it's crazy for you to hear how much some of this around my area, you see some of them taking 450k per night. It's crazy. And I'm like, what's going on? Do you think that these people are not just normal people that came from abroad? Are they billionaires? So because we want to enjoy Dirty December now, you have to go with, and now in places where they will now tell you, the service apartment, obviously, where they now are trying to make sure that you have 24/7 power supply, the cost is even higher.
You know what I think here? I think this Again, maybe Nigerians might find it very difficult as a tough pill to swallow. But maybe we should now change that name from Dirty December to Clean December. So it looks as if we're having more people, right, trying to take advantage of this situation to say,
It's the greed.
So now it is Dirty December. Let them now charge 3-4 times over.
So there's a thing where they say that in this December, maybe it's across the world, but I'll speak specifically for Nigeria. It's like people believe that this is their moment to cash out. This is their moment for their life to change. Maybe this is the moment for them to become millionaires. I'm not saying you should not be ambitious, but not in a greedy manner.
In fact, I will tell you for a fact. Look, there are some people who have overpriced what service that they give. Not because they cannot survive based on normal price, but because they realize that, look, there is a big tendency that the economy might not favor them in that industry they are in. This is where we need our regulators. Now, seeing this, right? Seeing this regarding the holiday demand test, National Grid as gas supply tightens. How does this now relate to what we're talking about? It's very important that we hold federal government to account. You know how much we waste on gas flare? Let me read it out for you so you understand. Listen, Nigeria's flare massive amount of gas, losing billions in revenue, Elizabeth, and potential power with estimated suggesting losses around, are you ready for this amount? $2.5 billion annually. So my question is, who is fooling who? If we are wasting this amount of money and then we can channel this gas properly, yet we allow this gas to waste $2.5 billion annually, do you know how many lives it will change? We'll have more power generation. We'll create, in fact, we'll have more dams if we can manage this gas flame and channel it such a way that we can make money off it. So the question now is, why are we, crying foul?
Can I go into the story a bit? I like the angle and just the details inside this story, because some people say, oh, I think it's just like I was saying to you before we came on air. Some people say, oh, a friend of mine was saying that, no, I think that they channeled the electricity to the areas where the I just got backs are, and then you mentioned the companies. Then I said to you that, but that's my area and I'm also facing it. So it's not a thing. Now, this has answered, this has further buttressed what I was saying, that that's literally my area. If we're talking about where there are companies or where the I just got backs are. Now, this one says, in Ikeja, GRA, which is an affluent neighborhood, Tunde Adeyemi, a software developer, obviously, has abandoned attempt to work from home. Now, the power situation has made remote work impossible.
There we go.
And even when he has generator power, the internet is unreliable because the provider's base stations. Are you seeing the ripple effect? I'm just trying to highlight the ripple effect. So even when he has generator power, because then you're saying, oh, well, I mean, you're a big man now. Nigeria, we like to throw those words loosely. You're a big man now. Use your gen. But it says, even when I have generator power, the internet is unreliable because the provider's base stations are also affected.
Of course.
It's like we've gone back 20 years. Now there's another person here who is runs a small textile printing business in Shomolu, which is another area. So you see, we've gone from Ikeja, which is an affluent neighborhood, to another area. It says this person employs 8 workers. We've sent people home early 4 times this week. No power means no production.
No production means
these
no business.
are seasonal orders we're losing. They won't come back in January. Do you see what that means? Losing business. The timing couldn't be more worse. Now, in this story, it says December traditionally sees electricity demand spike as businesses ramp up for the year-end operations, which we know. Families are hosting gatherings, urban dwellers returning home, bearing electrical appliances as gifts. You see your people from out of the country and all of that. Air conditioning units run continuously in Nigeria's tropical heat, while cold storage for perishable holiday goods strains available capacity. We have the gas, but we can't get it to the plant reliably. And this one is from Aisha Mohammed, which is an energy analyst at Lagos-based Center for Development Studies. Also going on to say that the infrastructure is inadequate, the pricing mechanisms don't incentivize domestic supply.
Right.
The payment chain is broken. Gencos can't pay gas suppliers because distribution companies can't collect from consumers because the tariff don't reflect cost. Look, there are a lot of problems. World Bank is estimating that Nigeria loses roughly $29 billion annually. About 2% of the GDP is due to unreliable electricity supply. Are you seeing the ripple effect of this?
Of course.
Every business in Nigeria essentially operates two power systems, the grid and their backup. Every business, almost every home, there's hardly any home that does not have their own backup.
The backup is either generator or solar panel.
Exactly.
And it's not cheap. Solar panel is not cheap.
Now, it says during the holiday season, when you should be maximizing output, you are instead maximizing cost on diesel and generator maintenance. It's unsustainable.
There was something you
This
said.
story is so real,
and
so
very
relatable.
important. There's something you said that the man from Shomolu, was it Shomolu or which area, says, look, even if he says he wants to buy fuel for his generator, okay, to work from home.
The man in Ikeja Jari.
The reason why he can't work from home is because even the internet service is poor. What does that tell you? It tells you that it will now force you to leave your home, buy fuel in your car, or transport yourself to a place where your internet modem will work. So you are forced one way or the other, because of epileptic power supply, to still spend money. And guess what? You still have to come back to your house. So you're spending money to and fro.
It's actually crazy.
All because we have electricity inadequacy. Guess what? Let me tell you one funny thing. If, like I said before, if we make use of this $2.5 billion that we lose every year to gas flare, are you telling me that we'll not have 2 or 3 dams? Are you telling me that we'll be able to generate that 120,000 megawatts that Nigeria needs to power our system, power industries, power, entrepreneurs, power young companies, or rather small companies? The truth of the matter is that whether or not we like it or not, companies, 95% of the companies in the country rely solely on electricity supply. And if that is epileptic, it's only a matter of time. Those businesses will pack up.
I agree with you. Speaking about those businesses packing up, the last person here, the last person who also reacted in this story, I think that person runs a frozen food, frozen food, what they call it?
Frozen fish business.
Yes, frozen food business. And the person said we are told that we should be patient, but patience won't keep my goods fresh.
They're perishable goods.
Yes, it won't keep my goods. Yesterday, I feel like I keep using my own real life experience but I'm trying to, but I want it to be as real as possible to the person who is also watching. So, because oftentimes as broadcasters, it seems like we tend to disassociate from the realities, but we are humans and we also go through these things.
Professionalism always kind of push you to a point where you
because
get the news
because you're a human, you also have to make people know. What I'm trying to say is you also have to make people know that you can relate, because there's a difference when if you're talking to me based without authenticity, I can see through it, and I feel like you're disassociated from my reality. It makes you less relatable to me, definitely. Right? But when I feel like, okay, you understand what I'm going through because you can also relate, it's different. Because I went to get something just yesterday, frozen food, and I said, is this thing fresh? And the guy said, do you see light anyway? Because it's the truth. Like that was like the question was so real, the answer was so real. I just had to keep quiet. And I'm like, it's true.
You know one funny thing? If he uses generator and powers his fridge, you definitely wouldn't sell it at the cost that you expected to sell.
And then when I go there, so it's just how the trickle down effect of all of these problems that makes me so worked up. I'm so worked up this morning because when he goes to the store the next time now and he decides, okay, I want to keep it fresh, and then he now puts maybe adds like an extra 1.5 or 2K, and then I say, why you? So it's affecting me, it's affecting him, it's affecting, and if he decides not to, he's going to give us rotting goods
Of course.
to purchase.
And you send someone to the hospital.
We have to move on now. Let's see what we have on the front page of the Punch paper this morning. Talking about insecurity. That's another problem that is hitting us really hard. Police deploy special forces ahead of NLC protest today. Today being the 17th of December. This is on page 2 of the Punch papers this morning. NLC defies pressure, mobilizes state chapters, police lockdown flashpoint, CPs meet labor leaders. On page 9 of the papers this morning, it said blackout looms as gas shortfall hit power stations. This is on page 9 of the papers. On page 7 of this paper this morning, federal government recorded 30 trillion naira revenue shortfall in 2025. This is according to Mr. Wale Edun on page 7 of the papers. On page 14, federal government to acquire 24 fighter jets for 1.2 billion pounds.
Is it fantastic?
And on page 7 of the papers, the United States adds Nigeria to travel restriction list. On page 14 of the papers this morning, of the Punch papers precisely, 2027 ADC state chairman lock ons over Congress. On page 14 of the papers, massive arms cache uncovered in Kogi. On page 9, Transcorp Hotels appoint Awele Elumelu as board chair. I think this is exciting. She's barely, I think she's about 22. That's if I'm, but early 20s. I think he has done a good job, because if you oftentimes when you see Mr. Tony Elumelu,
he's there with his daughter.
He's there with his daughter, so she's learned. This is how to actually keep a legacy. You know, people want to say, oh, why should, but she's. I've seen her speak at on international stages, and she speaks with so much knowledge.
I mean, you know what they say, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. However, when you have financial backing, you worry less over some certain things, because truth be told, they say money is not the answer to everything, but I tell you, it has a way.
I think I'm just to correct myself. I think Awele is his wife.
Okay, his wife. Okay.
Not the daughter. Because Oge, I just realized that I'm mixing. Oge is the daughter, so yes, this is Awele Elumelu. So Butcher, good, congratulations to her.
It's definitely.
Let's speak on the insecurity. Police deploy special forces ahead of NLC protest today.
NLC, of course, we'll never say last of it. That's why they are called NLC, to speak on behalf of the people who are being employed in the labor force. However, truth be told, the same police that has been deployed, to create some checks and balances, forget NLC, they're also fighting for them too. Because if we're talking about proper pay come on time, increased pay, or working environment and all that stuff for people, whatever the details are laid out in that story, for what is what, it covers everyone who is out there in the labor force. But having said so, I want to believe that labor obviously had explained to the Nigerian police, and they have authority to go ahead and do what they need to do. I mean, we don't want a case where it becomes rowdy, and then you know how Lagos is. All of a sudden, there's traffic everywhere, back and forth. We don't want, it's happened in Lagos, right? We don't want traffic everywhere. Let people enjoy their so-called dirty December.
It's a so-called dirty December.
It is. I wonder why it's called
and we're also federal government is planning to acquire 24 fighter jets.
Oh yes, I was waiting for you to jump into that. That sounds
1.2 billion pounds.
So coming at a time where a country like Burkina Faso, that the world started admiring because Ibrahim Traore stepped in to start making the country better. Come at a time where our own personnel are being held and our aircraft. At this time, for we to now see we're pushing ahead to purchase this new fighter jet, it was sending a strong message to countries along this Western region, this West African region. Also other countries in Africa as a whole, that look, we are gearing up for any nonsense that anybody was bringing our way. I think so far, I don't want to digress from the story, but I think Ibrahim Traore is biting more than he can chew. I leave it at that. Now, the fact that we are buying aircraft, I'm not saying we want to use to come invade, but I'm saying it is high time that we fortify our airspace. It's high time we begin to take this issue of insecurity, especially the whole menace Boko Haram has been causing this country for over, a decade now, to put it to rest. And one of the ways that we can deal with this matter is to act swift and decisively, the way we moved when those coup plotters in Benin Republic were about to seize the country. The way and manner we responded very quickly, right? So that we don't have a serious, flow of, criminals from that place into our country, because we share a border with them. And every other reason why I think our government had to move into to counter the whole coup plot.
Yeah.
However, having said this, I think it's a welcome idea that we need to fortify our airspace, increase our air arsenal, give our, our Air Force something to smile about. And of course, that also help to improve their training scale, expose us more to the international world. And as time goes on, who knows, one day we'll just see that Nigeria is out there. We're shopping for a Harrier, Harrier jet, the type that goes up like this vertically and attacks. You can never can tell. We are growing, we're a big nation. My question now is, if we have such money, which is good, can we also make sure that part of our budget too, right, can also be directed towards ground forces?
Yeah.
Because those ground forces, these guys have you noticed that for the past 2 weeks, Nigerian army has been recording, hit after hit against Boko Haram.
Big wins.
Big wins. You can tell, now it looks as if, I don't want to say whether the platoon leaders or maybe whoever it is leading each team within the army there in the front line. Now they all have their gadgets and their phones and everything big that to show the world that this was happening. And I like the zeal that they are using to combat these criminals. No room for negotiations. One, everyone who's in the theater of war. These are the words of General, Christopher Musa, retired CDS, who is now the Minister of Defense. Look, he said it very clear when he was still actively serving in the military. They said, look, any soldier that comes to theater of war without killing one Boko Haram has not achieved anything. So it's a direct information, no negotiation. Kill them on the spot, eradicate them and push them back where they came from, send them back to hell.
Yeah, real quick, still on the front page of the Punch paper, this one struck me. United States adding Nigeria to travel restriction list, partial travel restriction list. And this one is straight from the White House. President Donald Trump made this proclamation on Tuesday, where he has restricted entry to the United States for nationals from countries deemed high risk due to demonstrated persistent and severe deficiencies in screening, vetting, and information sharing. So obviously Nigeria falls among those countries, and the list of those countries. Now, among these 15 additional countries newly subject to the partial restrictions, we have Nigeria there. I don't know what this means, because for Nigerians, one of the reasons would be radical Islamic terrorist groups. I'm still speaking about insecurity, which is why it was important for us to say one of the reasons which was given earlier on October 31, he declared Nigeria as a country of particular concern, if you recall. This was in response to allegations of a Christian genocide in the country. Now, given his reason for adding Nigeria to the list, he had mentioned that the radical Islamic terrorist groups such as Boko Haram and the Islamic State operate freely in certain parts of Nigeria, which creates substantial screening and vetting difficulties. Now, according to the overstay reports, Nigeria had a B1, B2 visa overstay rate of 5.5% and an FM and J visa overstay rate of 11.9%. The White House has described this action as strengthening national security through common sense restrictions based on data that they have. So obviously, if they're calling out this data, talking about overstay rate for the B1, B2 visa of about 5.5%, FM and J visa overstay rate of 11.9%, percent. Really, if a country wants to make a decision based on this, then they actually have all the rights to. Also talking about the fact, of course, President Trump had mentioned Nigeria as a country of particular concern. Now furthering the reason to say that radical and Islamic groups like such as Boko Haram and Islamic State operate freely in certain parts of Nigeria, which still further adds to the fact that obviously there is no security.
Yes.
So this creates a problem.
I think it's a no-brainer, right? Knowing who Donald Trump is, understanding the kind of the structure the United States has come forth with this present time, you can tell that it's a no-brainer when a country that is that powerful has state of the art equipment, right? We'll be worried about another country that has issues with like rightly said, issue of insecurity. I didn't say that those criminals will come to the US, for crying out loud sake. You trying to tell me that look, that they don't have all those gadgets to be able to stop and screen out criminals. I think it's just a show of power, right? Trying to muscle Nigeria, trying to bully Nigeria. I've said it before, I will never apologize for it. I've said it before, look, the day we stop receiving handouts from the United States, that is when our respect will come. The day we say, look, we want to give you aid, but Nigeria says, no, keep your aid. Keep your so-called loan. We will find our way out. The day we begin to do that, the United States will not come and decide to do what? To dictate for us. For crying out loud sake. We're sovereignty, I've said before. We're sovereignty. They should respect us. But the reason why they will not respect us, right? And the reason why they will keep on throwing all these sanctions back and forth is because they give you money. And whenever they entitle you with money, you go and collect it. It's like a relationship, a man and a woman. The woman doesn't really like the man, but when the man comes and gives her money and collects the money, the man is going to take control. So look, let's look inwards as a nation. We have a lot of areas that we can make good money from. I just mentioned the money we're wasting. Gas flare, $2.8 billion every year, annually. Imagine that money is channeled into some certain other important businesses that can grow Nigeria. We will now be able to raise up our head and discuss as equals in the international market, no longer as dependents any longer. The reason why we look as if whenever Donald Trump says anything, we'll just keep quiet.
Let's not forget that it's not just Nigeria that is on that list. There are 15 other countries alongside.
I'm aware.
And and when they mentioned the overstay rates of the B1, B2 visa, FM and J visa, isn't that also important to note? So
it's good that those areas are key areas, that they are brought forward. Do I agree with it? I will keep on saying this. America is not the milk and honey where it runs from the streets. They also have that challenge.
When people are overstaying the visa, it says paints a different story.
That's the thing now. You overstay your visa because your own country is not working. Let our country start working. And let us begin to record, the increase of the Naira to a point where we can begin to, it might sound like a far cry, but where we can now say the Naira is now playing on normal field with the dollar.
Yeah.
Till we begin to record all this, we will keep on running to the United States for cover. That's what I think. And they'll keep on toying with us.
And because we don't have much time, we can just see one story from the front page of the Vanguard paper this morning, perhaps the big story.
Says here, workers facing worst survival crisis in Nigeria's history. Workers facing the worst survival crisis in Nigeria's history, says NLC.
That doesn't come as a shock to us. I mean, this is, and 2026, I'm not trying to be a prophet of doom or anything, but I think 2026 will even be a little bit, it would be good. I'm trying to, there's a part of you that just tries to be morally positive, like, oh, it's going to be great. But I do know that 2026 will have even more, workers will face more.
Because the tax.
They'll face a worse crisis. But let's see what we have on the cartoon of the day this morning on the Business Day paper and see what's there. Tax is waiting, right? Exactly. Sorry to break this to you. Now, what do we have there? The picture we have there is somebody in bondage, hungry.
Harbinger of death.
Yeah, okay. Hungry, clearly in despair. And then you see 2026, just where, like we said, tax with 2026. Yeah, with that's the banner of 2026. And then you see, who's that person in front? Is that the messenger of death or something?
Of course.
And then you see him holding tax. That's like a tax, whatever. And then it says, sorry to break this to you. You've just landed on Tax Island. And then this person that is there is clearly hungry, in despair, weak. They can't even, they're in bondage, which is why I said, now not to be a prophet of doom, but if we're saying that workers are facing worst survival crisis in Nigeria's history, it's going to even get worse in 2026. Honestly, this has been like the year, the one Christmas or the one end of year where I'm literally looking forward to the new year with.
I was going to say something.
It's a little bit of
the one end of year that could be the end of year, but it shouldn't be.
What do you mean?
So what I'm trying to say is, the one end of year that could end up being the end of years. In other words, by next year, are you sure we're going to survive it?
We'll survive it. We'll definitely survive. But it's going to be tough, but God will see us through. We'll definitely survive. But that's why we bring it to a wrap on the newspaper review segment right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. Up next is Business Morning with Deborah. Do stay with us.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Good morning and welcome to the Business Morning segment right here on Business Day Television on The Breakfast Show. We're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insights into the stories that matter for business and economy. I am Deborah Eze, and it's great to have you with us. Now let's begin with the top news stories making the rounds in the world of business. President of the Dangote Group, Aliko Dangote, has petitioned the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, seeking an investigation into the alleged corruption and financial impropriety by the Managing Director of the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, Farouk Ahmed. In the petition dated December 16th and addressed to the ICPC chairman, Musa Adamu Aliyu, Dangote accused the regulator chief executive of living far beyond his legitimate earnings as a public officer, asking the anti-graft agency to arrest, investigate, and prosecute him if the allegations are established. Central to the petition is a claim that Ahmed spent more than $7 million over 6 years to pay upfront for the education of his 4 children at different schools in Switzerland, alleging that there is no evidence that the NMP or NMD-PRA boss has any lawful source of income that could support such expenditure. According to the petition, Dangote listed the names of the children, the Swiss schools they attended, and the amounts allegedly paid for each, urging the ICPC to verify the details as part of its investigation. And moving on, the federal government has revealed that approximately 15.2 million housing units across Nigeria are structurally inadequate. The disclosure was made by the Minister of Housing and Urban Development, Ahmed Dangiwa, in a statement dated December 16, 2025. Dangiwa says these homes physically exist but fail to meet basic standards of safety, habitability, durability, and access to essential services. According to reports, the findings were produced under the National Housing Data Initiative and presented by the National Housing Data Technical Committee in Abuja. Dangiwa stressed the solutions must go beyond building new homes to upgrading existing housing, regenerating deteriorated neighborhoods, and improving infrastructure and services. And still on, the Senate on Tuesday approved the 2026 to 2028 medium-term expenditure framework and fiscal strategy paper, cutting Nigeria's crude oil benchmark to $60 per barrel for 2026. This approval followed the presentation and consideration of a report by Sani Musa, chairman of the Senate Committee on Finance, who revealed that the committee reviewed the federal government's oil price assumptions against prevailing global risk. Presenting the report, Musa said the adjustments became necessary in recognition of the global geopolitical tension in Europe and the Middle East and the sensitivity of global crude oil prices. Despite the more conservative oil price outlook, the Senate sustained crude oil production projections of 1.84 million barrels per day for 2026, 1.88 million barrels per day for 2027, and 1.92 million barrels per day for 2028, expressing confidence in ongoing sector reforms and effort to stabilize output. And to end the news, the Central Bank of Nigeria has revoked the operating licenses of ASO Savings and Loans PLC and Union Home Savings and Loan PLC, citing persistent regulatory infractions and deteriorating financial conditions at the 2 primary mortgage banks. The CBN, in a statement issued on Tuesday, said the decision was taken in line with Section 12 of the Banks and Other Financial Institutions Act 2020 and Section 7.3 of the revised guidelines of mortgage banks in Nigeria. According to the CBN, both institutions failed to meet key regulatory requirements, including the minimum paid-up share capital threshold for their license category. The statement, signed by the Acting Director of Corporate Communications at the CBN, Akama C.D. Ali, emphasized that the Apex Bank remains committed to its core mandate of ensuring financial system stability. And still to come after the break, how African talents are powering growth for companies in the global north. Just stay with us. Welcome back. You're still watching Business Morning. Let's now move to our first conversation for the day. Now, today on Business Morning, we are focusing on a growing shift in the global workforce, one that is quietly redefining how companies scale, innovate, and compete. Across the global north, businesses are increasingly looking beyond traditional talent hubs and turning to Africa for skilled professionals in product development, growth marketing, data, and technology. What was once seen as mainly outsourcing is now evolving into strategic talent integration, with African professionals playing core roles in driving revenue growth, customer acquisition, and product innovation. Our guest, Uche Olaitonj, is a product growth and marketing professional who has worked closely with international companies leveraging African talent to power their expansion. She brings first-hand insight into how African skills, creativity, and cost efficiency are contributing directly to business performance in highly competitive global market. And in this conversation, we're examining how African talents are powering growth for companies in the global north, what this trend means for global competitiveness, and how African professionals and businesses can position themselves to benefit sustainably from this shift. Good morning, Uche. It's good to have you on Business Morning.
Good morning. Super nice to have me here. Thank you.
All right, so let's start off with the big picture. How significant is the role African talents are playing today in driving growth for companies in the global north?
The role that African talent is playing today is not just significant, it's rather becoming structural to how these global companies grow. African talent are no longer seen as a margin in the global growth. We are increasingly being at the center of it all. I mean, we are now being embedded in the core growth functions around building products, scaling platform, driving data-driven marketing, and solving complex operational challenges. We've grown exponentially, especially in the past 10 years. African professionals are now helping companies in the global north scale faster, helping them to enter the new market, solve complex problems. And I think what is powerful is that this talent is coming from an environment where efficiency, creativity, and resilience aren't optional. They are like survival skills. It's something that is already embedded in us before the visibility came in. So it's not just about the volume of the talent, it's about the quality of this talent. And these companies are now realizing that for them to compete globally, they need a team that can think globally. And African talent, we are bringing the exact edge into the business. And this is how we've actually improved our visibility and having ourselves embedded in their structure today.
A shift in perspective now. What has changed in how global companies view African professionals compared to a decade ago?
Changed for looking at everything especially during COVID and beyond COVID is credibility. 10 years ago, African professionals are often seen as emerging. We are sometimes seen as promising or seen as the charitable or outsourcing through the charitable and outsourcing lens. But today we're now seen as battle tested. Global companies have watched the way African engineers are scaling platforms that are used by millions of people, not just in Africa, but across the world. How our marketers have grown brand with limited budgets. Even our product leaders are designing for some of the most complex markets in the world today. So the conversation has really changed from can they do the work to how fast can we bring them into the leadership role. So we have a lot of success stories, I mean, from Paystack to a lot of big global startups founded by Africans. These people have helped us change that perspective and that narrative from being a potential to a proven impact today.
All right, from a product growth and marketing perspective, how exactly do African talents contribute to revenue growth and customer acquisition?
So for African talent bring a lot of things, but we bring a growth mindset that is deeply grounded in reality. From a product standpoint, we are designing with constraints in mind. We are looking at products that are simpler, more inclusive, and easier to scale across markets. From a marketing perspective, we are incredibly performance focused. Many of our grown brands in the market where dollar must work hard. So we can now prioritize data. We are prioritizing experimentation and customer insight. That directly transfer today into a faster customer acquisition, stronger retention, and more sustainable revenue growth in the global markets today.
So let's now look at the competitive edge. What skills or attributes give African professionals a competitive advantage in the global teams?
This advantage is our adaptive intelligence, the ability to learn fast, pivot quickly, and execute under uncertainty. African professionals tend to be a strong problem solvers because we have always had to innovate without the perfect system or unlimited resources. We're also bringing our cultural fluency, our global awareness and resilience into the game. And that's what is really changing the game for us. Then add to all of this, add our technical skills that meet the global standard, and you get a professional who don't just execute tasks, but bring critical and collaborate well, and also push the team forward. In the global teams, the combination of all of this together creates people who do not panic under ambiguity or in ambiguity. Instead, we strive in it. And that incredible value is what today's volatile business environment actually need today.
Do you think remote work has, accelerated the integration of African talent into global companies?
I think remote work removed geography as a barrier. I mean, come 2020, after COVID, we've seen the rapid acceleration or the increase in remote work. Remote work removed the geography as a barrier, and suddenly companies are now hiring for skills, not for location anymore. That opened the door for African talents to compete on a level playing field. Remote work did not just open doors, it removed excuses. So once companies are forced to hire remotely, African talent are finally evaluated purely based on performance. And the results are speaking for itself. African talent, we are delivering, we are exceeding expectations. And we've proved that we've proved that we can lead remotely just as effective and as efficient as anyone else in the world. That performance has permanently changed the hiring behavior. Remote work turned Africa from a future opportunity into a present day solution for global talent need.
All right, let's have the cost versus quality debate right now. Do you think the interest in African talent is driven more by cost savings or by the quality and diversity of skills available?
If this were only to be about cost, let's be sincere, if this were only going to be about cost, the trend wouldn't be accelerating. It would be short term. I mean, if you compare the statistics in 2023 to 2025, you can agree with me that the rate is growing exponentially. So if it's only about cost, the trend will not be accelerating. It will just be short time. I think what is driving this sustained interest is value. Value. African talent, yes, it's cost effective, but more importantly, we're delivering high quality outcomes. Companies are getting skilled professionals who think critically, execute reliably, and bring diverse perspective that improve decision making in general. Especially in today's market, smart companies aren't just looking for cheap talent. They're looking for talent that can perform, and that's what they are finding in Africa. And that's why the number is decreasing, not just because of the cost. Because if it's just because of the cost, we have other countries that we can call cost effective. But you see that the numbers in Africa are increasing because these companies are seeing value in African talents.
Now let's look at the challenge. So what challenges do African professionals face when working with companies in the global north, and how can they be addressed? How can these challenges be addressed?
there. I'm gonna talk about myself. A typical example is myself. I was working in while I was in Nigeria, and I was working for a US company before I moved over to the UK. The challenge are real. First challenge is the time zone alignment. We've seen people work not just for US company, for companies in the North America, in the South America, and the time difference is there. Number two is the cultural difference. Of course, the cultural difference, infrastructure gaps, and sometimes there is the unconscious bias that still exists in this environment. There's also the challenge of visibility, the challenge before you get the job, the challenge after you get the job. When you get the job, African talent, we often have to work harder to be seen and to be heard. That is the truth. I remember when I was still working in the company with the US company, I have to work times two than my other colleague to be seen and to be heard. And this challenge can be addressed through better onboarding, inclusive leadership, clear performance metric, and investment in infrastructure. On the talent side of things, I always tell people, if you want to put yourself out there, LinkedIn is one powerful tool that you can use. Network with people. Also, build your confidence. Your communication skills is what is going to speak for you. How can you sell yourself? You have to be a salesman right now. How can you sell yourself? And the continuous upskilling are very, very critical. We need to meet the global talent. We need to upskill ourselves. So when both are intentional, the barrier, you will see that this barrier will shrink faster than you can imagine.
How can Africa ensure this talent export translates into long-term economic value rather than brain drain? Like you mentioned, you had to work 3 times better than your other colleagues. So how do you think this talent exports can translate to a long-term economic value rather than the brain drain?
First of all, we need to stop thinking in terms of brain drain and start thinking in terms of brain circulation. I'm going to explain what that means. So when African professionals, when we earn globally and we invest, the truth is we also invest locally. So whether that is through startup, I've known on some people, before the whole working from home, remote work, working for global companies, the increase in it, I have friends that have been working several years for foreign companies, and some of these people are investing locally through startups, mentorship, angel investing, and skill transfer. You see a lot of boot camps, masterclass. These are people that are investing locally. Their economic value stays connected to the continent. By doing this, this is how we are sustaining this, circulating these skills. As I said, don't think of it as brain drain, think of it as brain circulation. Also, government and institutions must support this by enabling remote work, simplifying our cross-border payments, because that makes it easy. And thank goodness that these startups, we have a lot of cross-border payments, fintech startup, owned, founded by Africans, making it simple for us to invest locally, and also supporting entrepreneurship. Talent does not have to stay physically in one place to build the economic power at home, especially if the right system is there. Even from the US, from the UK, we are circulating our skills, we're circulating the brain circulation, we're doing the brain circulation also that is affecting and improving the economic condition of the African as a continent.
So what should African businesses and startup, also institutions, what should they do to better position talent for global opportunities?
First of all, they must become globally intentionally. For this startups, for this business, what that means is that aligning education, training with global market need. Also emphasizing on hands-on experience, which is very key. Where I am in the UK, they're so big on hands-on experience and also your global, and ensuring that you're getting, your skills are aligned to the global needs. So they can start off by aligning our education, training with global market need, and emphasizing on hands-on experience. Also embedding soft skills like communication, leadership, and collaboration. If you agree with me, most of these global companies, at least one of their core values of these companies, they're very big on collaboration, they're very big on leadership. the ability to work in a fast-paced environment. So having these soft skills, embedding these soft skills to your technical knowledge would go a long way for you. Also, startups should start exposing their talents to the global customers early. You shouldn't leave it to later in the day. Start exposing your people to the global customers early. Institutions also should partner with global companies, promote remote work readiness. There are a lot of things. I know that for now, there are companies that are doing recruiting companies, exposing our local talent. Also, but we can do it better. We can make this better, because the goal is to produce a professional who do not need local exceptions. They must meet the global standard, and that is it on period. It's going to be demeaning when you work with the global company and they are aligning your skills to the local expectations. No, you should be able to meet the global standard, and that is the standard we should be meeting. And this is how companies can better position talent for global opportunities.
Right. Finally, Uche, in the next 5 years, how do you see Africa's role evolving in the global talent and innovation ecosystem?
I think in the next 5 years, Africa will move from being a contributor to being a co-creator in the global economy. That is what the statistics is saying. That's what the number is saying, based on us seeing our so many founders, even seeing our top engineers, product marketers out there. African professionals would lead global team. We would shape products used worldwide, especially because of our diversity and our inclusiveness. And we will also build companies that operate across continents from day one. So talent will no longer be Africans' hidden advantage. It will be our most visible competitive weapon. And companies that recognize this early will be the ones to win. So I'm going to leave you with that.
Thank you so much for your time on Business Morning Show, Uche Olaito. She's a product growth and marketing professional. Thank you so much. All right, still to come after the break, building global tech business from home, mobilizing teams, support, and partners. Do stay with us.
Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. You beat them. Yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony? At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Welcome back. You're still watching Business Morning. Let's now move to our second conversation for today. We are exploring how technology entrepreneurs and product leaders are building global businesses without leaving their homes. With remote work, cloud infrastructure, and digital collaboration tools, geography is becoming less of a barrier to building, managing, and scaling global tech product. However, success still depends on the ability to mobilize the right team, secure support system, and build strong partnership across borders. Our guest is Arize Onuga, a product manager with experience working on and scaling technology products for global markets while operating from home. He joins us to discuss building global tech businesses from home, focusing on how founders and product leaders can effectively mobilize teams, leverage support systems, and work with partners to compete internationally. Good morning, Arize. It's good to have you on Business Morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
All right. So let's start off with the big picture. I like to start with the big picture. So how realistic is today to build and manage a truly global tech business while operating from home?
Yeah, thank you. So there's been this notion that actually building a global tech business while working from home is not realistic, but it's very realistic and it's also not effortless. What has really changed is not vision. I would say that what has changed is access. About 10 to 15 years ago, building a global business required physical presence, the brick and mortar sort of offices and all that, local intermediaries and significant capital. But today, it's a different thing. We have the distribution, we have infrastructure and talent that are largely digital. So from a product manager's point of view, the question is not, can it be done? It's what kind of business are we building? If your product is digital or API driven, for instance, or even a software as a service, then operating from home is no longer a disadvantage. And things like cloud infrastructure, remote first tools like Zoom and the likes of them, and also global payment systems have removed these barriers and these traditional barriers, of course. Yeah, so operating from home does not really mean operating casually. The companies that succeed remotely usually are very deliberate and they compensate for a lack of physical presence with stronger processes. So it's realistic, that's what I would say, but it then requires intention all the time.
All right. I like how you emphasize on from a product manager's perspective. Now, still on that perspective, what are the most critical elements needed to scale a product globally?
So the first element for me is problem clarity. These problems actually, especially when you want to scale globally, these problems exist. These problems can be, the core problems really can be like sending money securely or booking transport like Uber or managing business operations efficiently. These problems are everywhere. They actually exist in every country. But however, what changes is the country dynamics and the details based on these countries. So this is where the pestle analysis, for those who know the strategy analysis part of it, comes in, because you have to consider all these things and tailor these products to the individual country needs. So this could also range from cultural behavior of the people to political environment and regulatory environment. So the second element for me is product architecture. So when you want to scale globally, your core product has to be stable, but then separate layers should be built for flexibility and adjustability for things like regulations or language or pricing models or how the different users in those countries, that's also where the cultural values come in play. So if everything is tightly built with no wiggle room and all that, expanding into new markets will become slow and also expensive to manage, you get? So the third element is data and feedback loop. So you cannot rely on instinct or emotions or hearsay when you're not physically close to the users. That's where data comes in. So you need to have the right analytics tools, sorry. And the data from that will tell you what users are actually doing across regions, not what you think or assume or what you feel they are doing. And the last element for me is prioritization, because when you're playing in different markets, there's a lot of noise. And all these countries, all these markets will pull you in different directions. The strong product manager should protect the roadmap and balance these global needs, and keep them focused on outcomes rather than features. Thank you.
All right, so let's now move to team mobilization. How do you assemble and manage high-performing distributed teams across different time zones?
Okay, so it actually begins with hiring for mindset. I always say that the preferred candidate is not necessarily the most talented on paper, but the most adaptable. So in distributed teams, accountability matters more than proximity. You need people who are comfortable owning outcomes without constant supervision. So once a team is assembled, clarity becomes the most important management tool. And having clear goals, clear roles, and clear expectations actually reduces friction. So everyone in the team must understand what success should look like, how success should also be measured, and how their work connects to the larger picture. And time zones are seen as a problem. Sometimes for most of us, we work with people across the globe, people in India, America, and the rest of it. But these overlapping hours, so when you have these overlapping hours, usually between the hours of 8 o'clock to 2 o'clock, these hours should be used for collaboration, meetings, and all that, while the rest of it should be used for independent and deep work and analysis. So also, there is this talk about, having more meetings. When people go talk about having a global team, it's all about having more meetings. But it's not about having more meetings, it's about having better communication. So it's about these things. It's actually about having these tools that can help bring people together and having the right mindset, employing the right mindset into your team. Thank you.
All right, so what role do company culture and communication play in keeping remote global teams aligned?
So company culture plays a very critical role. A very critical role. In fact, in remote teams, culture is not expressed through office specs. Some offices will even share pizza and all of that, yeah, or even physical presence. But it is expressed through how decisions are made, how conflicts are handled, and how information flows. These are where the strong systems of those organizations come in. There is also the notion that strong communication is about having more meetings, as I said, but it is actually about better communication. Written documentation, shared roadmaps, decision logs, and transparent priorities should keep everyone aligned regardless of location. Also, company culture provides consistency. So when teams are distributed across countries and backgrounds, that's where the culture becomes even more important, because it becomes the common language of the organization and it guides everyone in the team without any ambiguity. So for example, if the organizational culture values customer impact and ownership, people will naturally tend to make better decisions, even without direct supervision. So that's how I look at it, yeah.
What kinds of support, and I mean technical, financial, or institutional support are most important for founders building global products from home?
Yeah, so on the technical front, there should be access to reliable cloud infrastructure, development tools, and global payment systems. So these structures will actually allow founders to build, deploy, and even monetize products without, the heavy upfront investment. So at the financial level, flexible capital matters more than large capital. A lot of founders, go for the large capital. They go for, let's get that IPO, let's get this big amount. But it's actually about having that flexibility. There is no point having large capital that boxes you in and restricts you from, any sort of flexibility. But when you have flexible capital like grants, angel investments, early revenue, it can be more valuable than having, large and restricted funding. And at the institutional level, policy and ecosystem support are usually overlooked. The way I look at it, I call them enablers. So you have the enablers and you actually have what you do. So access to startup-friendly regulations, this is where the political influence comes in. Intellectual property protection too, because you also want to protect your intellectual property. Then accelerators and global networks can significantly reduce friction. So founders operating from home still need these bridges into global markets, and institutions can actually provide these bridges. In fact, it makes it easier for them.
Let's now talk about partnerships. How can startups identify and secure the right international partners without being physically present?
So clarity of intent. Clarity of intent. You have to be clear about your intent. Some startups actually, usually rush into partnerships without a clear definition of what they need. So, but when the intent is clear, partner selection becomes more focused. Digital channels now make, discovery easier. You have industry communities, you have platforms like Zoom, LinkedIn, sorry. You also have conferences, seminars, open source ecosystems. These are powerful tools for finding potential partners. The key is to move from conversation to small experimental projects, quickly. So it's not just, what this simply means is that it's not just about talk, but actually about showing what you're all about. So trust comes from delivering, it comes from, showing something. It's not about proximity. So small projects, simple integrations and clear agreements actually allow both sides, that's the international partners and the startups, test the relationship before committing. So when you have clear documentation and open communication, it makes up for not being physically present.
Right, so what digital tools or infrastructure are essential for managing product and also the teams and partners effectively?
Yeah, so for a product manager, tools that support roadmap planning, backlog management, and user feedback are essential as they create this single source of truth for what the team is building and why they are building it. Because it's not just about what we are building, why are we even building it? So for teams, communication and collaboration tools like Zoom, Teams, Slack are actually critical. But the caveat is that they must be used intentionally. Again, I will go back to what I said before. It's not about having more meetings, but about having better communication and collaboration. So these tools should reduce ambiguity, not increase noise. Remember what I said about noise, where there's a lot of crack everywhere. Everyone wants to have, that priority. But these tools should actually not be for more ambiguity, but about creating clarity. And the goal is to have a shared understanding, not about, constant connectivity. So for partners, it's usually about trust, transparency, and visibility. So where you have secure integration tools or shared dashboards where they can also see what's going on and the updates, and contract management systems where everyone knows, what is at stake, then these things help to maintain trust and visibility. And going back to my point on product infrastructure, it must be built to support scalability, security, and reliability from the get-go, because global users expect consistency regardless of where the company is based. So the product infrastructure must be built to support these things. Yeah.
So what do you think are the biggest obstacles founders face when building global tech businesses remotely?
Major obstacle would be false equivalence. Founders often assume that success is in one market, will actually be equal to success every other place. But it's different because every market, there are cultural differences, there are also different regulations. And, user expectations actually challenge that assumption, because when the actual users start using it, you start seeing that, yes, these needs actually differ from market to market. So the second obstacle is communication overload. Remote work can actually lead to too many meetings and messages, and these things slow down decision making. It makes everything really hierarchical and layered. There is also the issue of emotional isolation, and this is actually where, if the startup, the early stage startup founder, does not have that support, especially from strong peer network, and, even having a mentor, you get. So he feels lonely, he feels isolated when facing setbacks. So when you're facing setbacks, you actually need, that team to actually guide you in that right direction. Building trust remotely takes more effort. It's possible, as I said, it's very realistic, but it requires consistency and follow through on commitments. It has to be very intentional.
All right. So, based on your experience, what mistakes should early stage founders avoid when going global too early?
The biggest mistake some early stage founders make is scaling complexity before promoting value. So going global too early often means, supporting too many markets without a strong product market fit. So you need to have a strong and viable product first before, trying to go everywhere. You need to have, that product that will actually sell for itself, that creates value, that solves the problem, as I said in the first question, before you start, talking about going everywhere. So another mistake is over customization. This is also where the noise comes in. So founders sometimes bend the product too much for early international clients. So they actually, try to bend it a lot, add a lot of things they need, and it creates technical debt that slows future growth. So what I mean by over customization is what happens when founders, change their product too much to satisfy early customers, especially international ones. These early clients often have very specific needs based on their local market, regulations, and international processes. At the beginning, it might feel like progress because you feel like you're gaining customers, you're generating revenue, a lot of people are signing up and all that. But over time, after a while, all these changes start piling up and the product becomes harder to maintain. It also becomes harder to improve and slower to scale because at that point, your engineers are now playing more support roles instead of actually building new features. So this is what we call technical debt. And a good approach for me is to build a strong core product that works for many customers and customize this product when it clearly supports long-term strategy, not just short-term gains. So there's also this mistake of chasing vanity metrics. So what I call vanity metrics is, feel good and look good metrics. So it's actually metrics that look good on the surface, but they actually don't tell you how healthy the business or the product is. So this usually shows up when early stage founders celebrate things like, how many countries are we in now? 200. You get how many users have signed up, 10 million, 1 million, or how many downloads does the app have on iOS App Store or Play Store. So, but global presence looks very impressive. But what matters is sustainable usage, retention, and revenue. So it's not about the numbers, it's about what are these numbers, like what are these people actually, gaining from this? How usable is it to them? How are you retaining them? And what revenue are you generating from them? So a disciplined product manager actually encourages focus. So 1 or 2 markets done very well is way more valuable than 10 or even 200 markets that are done poorly. So that's the way I see it, yeah.
All right, so finally, looking ahead now, how do you see remote product development shaping the future of global tech entrepreneurship?
Yeah, remote product development is opening up, it's actually opening up, entrepreneurship. So talents and ideas are no longer limited to just a few cities. With the right tools and mindsets, people can build global products from anywhere. You can sit here you can sit in Nigeria and build global products for people in China, in India, or even in the US. So in the future, we're actually going to see more companies going beyond these borders, these traditional borders. We are going to see them going beyond brick and mortar, going beyond, having that huge capital upfront and all that. So we are going to see them going even more digital. More teams will be assembled based on skill rather than location. And more products will be designed for global audiences from the get-go. And there will be more founders who think internationally by default. It is important to note that success will still come down to fundamentals, though, like having clear problems, strong execution, customer focus, and ethical leadership. And while remote work does not replace these, it actually amplifies them. So above all, though, remote product development is not a temporary trend. In fact, it's something that will keep going. It's actually a structural and paradigm shift, if I have to add, in how global businesses are built. And as product managers, we will continue to play a central role in shaping that future, all of us. Yeah.
Much for your time on the Business Morning Show. Arinze Onuga is a product manager. It was very good to have you. All right, that's been our focus today on Business Morning. We looked at how African talents are powering growth for companies in the global north and also building global tech business from home and mobilizing teams, support and partners. Now, let's before we go, let's look at what stands out from the conversation. Building global tech business from home, mobilizing team, support, and partners. What stands out is that building a global tech business no longer requires relocating, but it does require intentional structure. And as we've heard today, success now depends less on geography and more on how well founders mobilize people, the systems, and partnerships. Remote teams can deliver global products, but only when there's clarity of vision, strong communication, and the right digital infrastructure. And the big takeaway is that going global from home is not accidental. It's a deliberate process from assembling the right talent and managing time zone to building trust with partners and maintaining product quality across market. And for African tech founders, this presents a real opportunity. With the right skill, support system, and mindset, homegrown teams can compete globally and not as outsiders, but as serious players in the global tech ecosystem. And the Breakfast Show continues with a big story after this break with Elizabeth Musa. I am Deborah Eze. Just stay with us.
Information is everywhere. But insights, that is rare. BusinessDay Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. BusinessDay Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on
how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Entrepreneurship is for everybody, but not everybody is for entrepreneurship.
They are the dreamers.
I remember it was like 3 a.m. by 21st of December 2021.
The disruptors.
Life is not affordable, let's be real.
The doers.
BusinessDay Academy has trained over 3,000 event professionals.
In a place where the odds don't play fair, they play harder.
I would like my business to be remembered as one of the homegrown organizations that has helped with shaping the narrative of this continent positively.
From first-time founders to industry giants, this is where serious business meets unexpected terms.
I could stay up hours of the night just watching things about space.
Welcome to Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma, where we unravel the buzz and glamorous headshots to bring you the untold.
When I went for youth service, where I was sent to, instead of me to go to work, I went to go and learn how to sew.
Raw.
I'm blown away by the challenges they're facing.
And real stories of Nigeria's fearless young entrepreneurs.
And not only yes.
Watch Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma every Tuesday on Business Day Television.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Good morning and welcome to the big story right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. For many Nigerian families, Christmas is finally feeling like Christmas again. After 2 years of cutting backs, keeping travel and putting long-held traditions on hold, households are spending again, not lavishly, but with relief. Food prices are set to be easing, inflation is slowing, and market surveys show that a typical Christmas menu now costs about 20% less than last year. Rice is cheaper, vegetable oil has dropped, onions cost less, and families say they can finally afford to travel, cook, and share gifts. But the big question this morning is this relief real and sustainable, or is it something that's just a seasonal breather? Well, joining me this morning to unpack the numbers and what they mean for Nigerian households is Kunle Ezun. He's a financial analyst and he's here to dissect this conversation with me this morning. Good morning and welcome to the show, Kunle. Good morning. Thank you so much for being here this morning. Nigerians are saying that Christmas feels more affordable this year. From the data that we have and the data you have, is this perception backed by facts?
Okay, again, thank you very much for this opportunity again to share my thoughts on the numbers, in terms of inflation numbers and how Nigerians seems to perceive it. Sincerely, the last couple of days, following when the MBS published the figure for November, I've had to engage with colleagues and friends on what they think and how do they feel about it. A lot of people do believe that the figure seems not represent what is really happening out there. They feel that a lot of people will tell you, the MBS figure is African magic. The figures are not, what happened. But I do believe that one thing people fail to realize is that the figures tend to tell us story about a monthly change in inflation in the market, general price level in the markets, right? So if people want to see a major jump, to say, last year I bought a tuber of yam for, say, a 7,000. Now that is at about 20% less, I used to buy it at 3,000 per tuber. I guess they need to check again that what we have today is a number that has gone through a surgical operation, right? In January this year, there was a rebasing, right, of the CPI from 2009 to 2004. So that's a major surgical operation that statistically impacted the methodology that spring up the numbers. But give or take, what we have seen today is more like it's a relief in terms of general price level in the market. But this can only be seen on food, right? Because we've seen a slightly improvement in general price level for food, right? But that's for those basic food in the market, cereals and what have you. But people will have to say, what about those core inflation in terms of energy prices and what have you, right? So, but give or take, my thought is that we've seen a reprieve, we've seen improvement in general price level, and I do believe that this will continue in short time. We expect to see a further reduction. Though I do believe that we might see a slight uptick in December number, concerning the festive period and the kind of transaction that is happening in December. So in my head, I'm expecting a slight uptick, right, in the numbers in December. But give or take, a 20% reduction is a major and massive improvement in general price level in the market.
So are we streamlining this, decline or this eased, the slowing down of this food inflation? Are we streamlining it to food itself? Because what we're seeing, I mean, in real terms, current reality is that we're seeing, for instance, people who want to transport this season, we're seeing that it's more expensive. We're seeing that people who want to rent spaces this season, we're seeing that it's more expensive. So are we streamlining this to just food itself, or are we saying that on the other side, when I talk about transportation, when I talk about renting, people who are renting Airbnbs and the like, I'm saying that it's more expensive. So are we just streamlining it just to food itself?
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Again, if you go back to the figure, you see that yes, we've seen reduction month on month on the headline, right? If you see the year-on-year figure gives you a reduction, but if you see the month on month between October and November, there is a slight movement from 0.93% to 1.22. So it means that there's still pressure month on month. So in short time, there are still price level distortion and disruption. So month on month, yeah, we've seen year-on-year improvement, but month on month, there seems to be that slight uptick in the numbers. And that number, again, if you move further to see full inflation, right? Again, between September and October inflation, what we had was deflation, but the numbers were negative, right? But as at November, number has picked up. So it seems that what we had enjoyed in terms of significant improvement in food prices between September and October has seen an upturn in November, because that deflation has now seen an increase in number. So if you look at what we have seen between, and this is why I tell people that inflation number is not manufactured, and it's not a thing that is plucked in the air. There are things that are represented within our immediate environment, right? So between October and November, you've seen that the festive period had actually kicked in, and we've seen improvements in transactional value of goods and services. This is what has played into the pricing. And if I want to speak directly to what you mentioned, the prices of the increase I've seen price of transportation, airfare, road transports are more likely to be of core inflation, which we can tie to energy prices, right? With I think it's just this last 1 week that we've seen Dangote Refinery announcing a reduction in fuel price, right? Well, we've seen a sort of depreciation in naira value, that's the exchange rate. So if you factor all of this into energy prices, then you should be able to pin it down to why we have seen that slight increase in air tickets and road transport, because the operator in those businesses will tell you that, we have to pay for energy, we have to pay for fuel, what have you. So these are likely cost-driven inflation numbers that are not food related. And so that's why I said that for me, if you put all of this into perspective, right, in December, we might see an increase in the inflation number, because events happening now and in December are events that will add up to the pressure that we'll see in general price level for December number by the time it's released in December. So it's expected. Core inflations are likely driven by energy prices and depreciation in exchange rate, which are two factors that push price level in aviation industry and in road transport.
Is actually driving this decline. We see that prices of rice in particular has dropped sharply compared to last year. Why are we seeing such a big correction in staple food prices, especially one as rice?
Okay, again, let me start to say that, you know, when in my opening, I did say that what we have today in our CPI computation is likely different from what we had last year in 2024, right? In 2025, there's what we call a cyclical change in methodology. Remember, in November last year, we had 34.6. December was 34.93. So by December, there was a correction to the computation in terms of rebasing the CPI to 2024 to accommodate that major shift that we had in exchange rates and the subsidy removal. So you cannot rule out the impact of that change in the computation. And again, that equally helped to reduce the weight of food in the computation. If you see, the previous methodology has about 51% attached to food, but the current methodology had about just 44 or 48% attached to that weight. So that alone is a major input into why we have seen that reduction in food inflation. Again, we should not rule out the fact that we have currently seen substantial improvement in food supply, right, in the market, right? A lot of people will tell you that, oh, where it's coming from. Oh, we'll see how crisis in the food producing state in Nigeria, the North Central, the North without Abu. But what we have seen is that we've seen improvement in importation, and we've seen improvement in some southern states that have helped to improve food supply. So if you put all of this into perspective, one, the methodology has helped to average out the impact of price level on food computation in the index. Again, the fact that we have seen huge stability in the exchange rates, right, year on year, again, that has helped to reduce the pressure on general price level. And the food impact, you cannot rule out now production within some states in the southern states.
And how are we going to say that households should interpret this trend? You know, it's the market surveys that are showing some mixed movement. We're seeing some items cheaper, others slightly higher. How would you say that households must interpret this trend?
Okay, I think for household, you know, price level is a major consideration for every household because it affects budgeting and planning. So for me, I think yes, it's not yet to rule, right? We are not yet at that destination. But the true story is that we are on the right trajectory, right? And I do my advice to households to say, oh, what do you want to see in terms of major jump, major reduction that household intend to see might not come until when we are gradually into a single digits. Today at 14.45, for me is still high, right? But not as high as we were a year ago. But for us to see that major jump, major reprieve and improvement that will have a significant impact on pricing, then we should be looking at a single digit of say 9 to 8%. But in immediate, what this will tell us to say for those basic food items like grains and cereals, we should see that just slight improvement in terms of pricing, and perhaps that is going to be seen in yam, tuber, and all so. But one item that we need to then consider is that we are in festive period. I know if I remember my basic economics theories, that to say when you are in festive period, there is tendency for demand to outpace supply, and producer most likely will want to increase prices within this period of time to earn extraordinary income. So even with the fact that we had improvement in inflation numbers, we will not rule out the impact of the festive period in pricing. Okay, just this week, so a lot of people are saying that the people are beginning to take full advantage of that December in Lagos. That shortlets that either they'll go for, say, about 200,000 naira, now go for 100,000, right? Hotels and restaurants that cost lesser amount today are being priced out of the roof, because people feel that there's an opportunity to maximize the period of the festive season. So that's why I said that by the time the December number is printed in January, we might see a slight increase in the number, because a lot of activities are happening within this period. And this started from November. And that's why you see that the month-on-month figure in November was slightly higher compared to what we had in October. So by the time you begin to add up the activities of speculators, activities of producers, right, and vendors, within this period, within this festive period, in food pricing, in energy pricing, and what have you, which we've seen in rents, we've seen in restaurants, we've seen in accommodations, then you see that price that will further increase the price, the general price level, and those still into the CPI that we see in December. So you see, people will always say, "Oh, the figures don't tally with what happened in reality," but they tend to forget that household and firm tend to take advantage of the season to increase price level that will eventually lead to increase in CPI. So for me, households should just take this easy, plan within their budget, but expect that there will be slight increase in prices, because vendors, firm and producers will definitely take advantage of the season to increase their prices, which will eventually take out the benefits that this 20% improvement that we have seen year on year will have had on general price level.
Right. So would you say that this translates to better spending power, especially for families earning fixed incomes, the teachers, the civil servants, and the like? Would you say that this truly translates to better spending power for them?
Okay, absolutely. And again, like you mentioned, we always say when we talk about fixed income, and the typical example of fixed income is someone that invests in bond. We always say that the relationship between bond and inflation rate are inversely related. So when inflation rate drops, people that earn fixed income tend to have improvement in their earning power. And that's why we always say that in my forecast for 2026 is that we expect to see improvement in individuals' purchasing power, because as we continue to enjoy to witness downward movement in inflation rate, individual household will begin to see improvement in their purchasing power, and this will again help to improve retail sales. And that's why I always say that for firms and businesses in FMCG, right, that's fast moving consumer goods, 2026 might be their year of breakthrough, because when individual household begin to have improvement in their purchasing power, this improves their consumer expenditure. And once you have improvement in consumer expenditure, they're able to have spending power that will definitely improve retail sales. So my take and focus and advice to people in FMCG business is that 2026 might be their year of breakthrough because individuals will have improvement in their purchasing power and consumer expenditure is expected to increase in 2026 that will help to support employment in that sector and improvement in profitability for businesses in FMCG. So to speak directly to your question, I think individuals will have improvement in purchasing power that will help to improve consumer expenditure going forward.
Right, and should Nigerians actually expect these prices to remain stable into 2026, or is it possible that this inflation will pick up again after the festive season?
Okay, I think for every macroeconomic indicator, we do not expect a static movement. There should be that volatility and that oscillation, and that is the joy of macroeconomic variables. It gives you that volatility, that noise that you see in that graph is what gives producers and consumer that opportunity to take advantage of, because it gives itself for adrenaline pumping and gives producers that opportunity to produce more and sell more. So as we go into 2026, like I said, personally, I do expect to see uptick, more like a slight increase in the numbers for December. But as we step into 2026, my take is that, and from what CBN is saying, if I hear them well, is that from 2026, they might adopt what we call inflation targeting, which means that there will be a base rate. Perhaps maybe they will say, oh, we'll be looking at inflation rate like say a base of 10 plus minus a 3% or a 5%, which shows that they expect that there will be that volatility between plus minus 5%. And you know, before we had this crisis in inflation rate, the target used to be between 6 and 9 for Nigeria. That used to be inflation target in Nigeria between 6 and 9. So, but the crisis that we had in exchange rate and the subsidy removal threw all of that out of the roof. So, but I believe that we go to 2006, if CBN decides to adopt inflation targeting, they will have a more reasonable window for volatility that will support producers, because for every economy, right, there should be a minimum level of inflation rate that supports production. But for everybody that goes to production, they expect to earn that premium returns that keep them in business. So I do expect that there will be that volatility that provides that incentive for producers to keep producing and that keep the economy rolling.
Right. Finally, in the meantime, what would you say that household and small businesses must do now? Are we to spend cautiously or take advantage of this window of relief?
What I was always advised to say, we should always have what we call cautious optimism, right? We shouldn't throw caution in the wind. Like I said, what we have today, one is driven firstly by scientific change in methodology, right? That's why the effect of the 20% reduction is not largely felt, because again, they will tell you, oh, it's base year driven. So, because the 14.5% that we have today is largely driven by base effects and scientific change in methodology, then we need to be cautious of how we spend, so that we don't spend in a way that, oh, we expect to crash significantly. It will continue to see this slight movement downward, but in between the months, we should expect some volatility and oscillation in the movement, which will be caused by distortion in those factors that are included in the index. One, we expect that there will be volatility in exchange rates. If you just yesterday, the Senate just passed the MTEC. That's the minimum testimonial framework. And you imagine that even the central bank is expecting, I expect the exchange rates to dollar 15112. So even the central bank expect that there will be volatility in exchange rate in 2026. So if they expect that exchange rate will move from what we have today as 14.55 to 15.12 in 2026, then that shows that there will be volatility in exchange rate. Then again, the oil price again is being pegged to $60 per barrel. So all of these are indicators that 2026 might come with its own volatility. So if we expect that this will happen in 2026, then we should be cautious of how we spend whatever we have today, because for every economy, right, we should always factor in what will happen outside our control, which are mostly global occurrence. Right? Nobody expected that in 2025, US will come up with the tariff, with US tariff on electricity. That happened in April, and that almost threw the exchange rates out of the roof. So, in every year, there seems to be a conundrum that happens globally that affects domestic pricing. So, as we go to 2026, my advice is to say we should tread cautiously while we position ourselves for the opportunity that will come in the year.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Kunle Ezun, for your insight this morning. Cautious spending, definitely we'll take that home. Thank you so much for joining the Big Story this morning. Up next is Social Listening. Do stay with us.
watching Business Day Television.
Hello and welcome to the social listening segment right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. I'm Elizabeth Musa, and joining me in the studio this morning is... Well, let's take a look at some of the stories Nigerians are talking about on social media and why they matter. Well, the first one today, the federal government has announced a major change coming to secondary school examinations in Nigeria. The Minister of Education, Dr. Tunji Alausa, says that WAEC and NECO will fully move to computer-based testing by 2026. According to the plan, all objective questions will switch to CBT from November 2025. By the May-June 2026 examination cycle, both essay and objective papers will be written on computers. Exams will no longer take place inside schools but at accredited CBT centers, many of which will be existing JAM centers expanded to handle more candidates. The government says the move will help reduce exam malpractice, especially activities linked to miracle centers, and also make results come out faster. Officials have promised that rural areas will not be left out and that states will work with the federal government to improve access. Now, that's one story on social media making the rounds. Certainly, in the educational sector, fully CBT examinations from 2026 seems like a step forward in the right direction. For some might say, are we ready? Well, we'll see some of the comments and see how Nigerians are reacting to this conversation. Do they think we're ready? Do they think that it's a hasty move? Well, we don't know for sure, but let's see some of the reactions on social media. Talk to V says they've not perfected JAM. It's CBT WAEC that will work. They will massively fail people and say it's glitch. Possibly focus on a region and fail them properly. Dami says, in a country where about 95% of government schools still lack access to functional computers, we need to be honest. Most students failing JAM are not dull. They are simply not exposed to CBT. Before turning SSE fully computer-based, let's first upgrade our public schools and give every child a fair chance. Alaji says, my question, how will a secondary school in villages without proper electricity supply or network be integrated? Those are the big questions. Raz Proret says, this is highly commendable. We are witnessing a shift in status quo that, if sustained, will create a new system and culture that promotes and rewards learning. The one that will allow technology innovation to flourish in Nigeria K-12 education system. I like this comment, but I think that it's only looking at one side of the entire thing. Because, yeah, it's nice for us to talk about a shift in status quo. I mean, we're moving to technology now, everything. In fact, we've moved to technology, so we're embracing more technology. We're understanding how digital, we're digital natives, but we need to be factual. We need to talk about the people in the hinterland that don't have access to computers. We need to even talk about those of us in the urban areas that might even have access to computers, but still have very crazy poor internet connectivity issues. Talk less of those in the rural areas that don't even have the computer. Talk less of even so where's the computer? Talk less of now talking about connectivity issues, internet and all of that. So I think that we need to look at the situation holistically if we're going to really say we want to commend or not. What are they doing about it? Because if they're doing something about it, yes. But if they're not doing anything about it, then it's an issue.
Is it good for first and foremost? Let us commend the fact that they can now begin to see ahead of time to now say, for what it's worth, let us, inject CBT full force such a way that they can stamp off and put a huge halt to exam malpractice. That alone is a great step. However, every great step requires great effort. And every great effort requires, truly speaking, collective action. So here's the question now. viewers at home want to ask. But thank God they have us, you and I, who are broadcasters and journalists, who ask those questions on their behalf. So our government, the question we're asking on behalf of our viewers is this: will it be sustainable even if it is kickstarted? And when it's sustainable, would we see a point where no one will probably use, like the other guy that said, no one will probably use glitch as an excuse, right, to either create a mass failure or create a point where you have more people come out to now start, protesting that this thing is a big problem. Like you rightly said there, that again, I wouldn't pass this past anyone. There could always be challenges, but like the contributor there said, he said, look, for what it's worth, right? If we haven't mastered or perfected the one of JAM, how can the one of WAEC even work? But having said so, now you realize that I'm trying to balance it now, giving them kudos for wanting to, introduce CBT in such a way that wherever you are, you can take your examinations, great and fine. But here are the bottlenecks. Now let us face it. We already mentioned 2. There are 3 more that we need to go through in. Even if they are networks. You see, in an age where we have Yahoo boys everywhere, in an age where we have someone who can be fired in America, and make no mistake, when we say Yahoo boys, it is not we say they live here in Nigeria. Look, after all, did you not see sometime early this year where some Chinese people came to Nigeria, right, got a hold on some identity, right, and then started defrauding Nigerians and people around the world, and so they linked them to Nigeria, only to find out that there were Chinese people behind those, those faces and identities. What am I trying to say is that if we're going fully digital, right, technology-based CBT, can we also make sure that the firewall, can we make sure that the the security network for those for that particular platform is tight enough? Because it would be disastrous if one person can just sit at home with his computer, hack the whole system, and decide to say, this year I want to make sure everyone who wrote the exam plus those who didn't even attend it will all get a pass mark, or everyone who wrote the exam obviously will fail. It's all about data and all about technology, computer. Now, I'm not the computer expert, neither are you, but we're broadcasters. So let's ask those questions. We've asked one now. Can we trust the system? 2, can it be sustainable? And then thirdly, the one that's more important thing is that can we also see that government will bring those telecom companies and those telecom providers to the round table to now say, we don't want to hear issue of network problem any longer, because you know what it is for a young student, not as mature as someone who's done from university, or someone who is in his 30s or 40s. A young student whose mind is focused on passing WAEC, it means a lot. It means a lot to the child. I haven't read very well, only to now fail, knowing that he or she could have passed the exam. They will not blame it on the computer problem, or maybe even worse, say, look, I prepared for this examination, but when I wanted to get the exam done, right, thanks to CBT, or rather no thanks to CBT, the system didn't work, or no network. Can we see that someone who is in his village can actually say, I have network regardless of where I am? It's West Africa, isn't it so? Can we also see that before that time, that even in schools, there is a major effort to make sure that education using computer-based technology and using computers itself, right, is mandatory, such a way that apart from just having the tech library, you also designate more computers to these children so they can learn more. There are some schools today who are still dealing with slate and chalk, right, without roofs. So who is fooling who? Are we putting the cart before the horse, or are we actually saying we're putting the horse before the cart? These are different ways that we can ask these questions, hoping that those who are,
those who are in the realm of authority will definitely listen. We hope that they listen, and we hope they take action. While this is a commendable move for us to embrace CBT nationwide, we also have to put the things that need to be put in place before then we're moving, because then, like you said, we'll be putting the cart before the horse. But let's move on now and talk about something else that Nigerians are reacting to, and it's the death of the former Chief Justice of Nigeria, Justice Ibrahim Tanko Muhammad. He passed away in the early hours of Tuesday at the hospital in Saudi Arabia after a long illness. He was 71 years old. Justice Tanko Muhammad served as Nigeria's 17th Chief Justice from 2019 until his resignation in 2022 due to health challenges. He spent decades in the judiciary, rising from the Court of Appeal to the Supreme Court, and was known for its firm stance on judicial independence. Well, that's another story from social media. The fact that he died in Saudi Arabia, God rest his soul, and may God comfort his family. But obviously, this is also another conversation that has led us to a different direction now, because people are talking about the fact that, again, this is another leader who is passing on in a foreign hospital. What are we doing about our healthcare system? Because this says a lot. All the leaders, past, present, that have passed on this year, happen to pass on in hospitals abroad. What happened? So is this not a clear indicator that work needs to be done in our healthcare sector in Nigeria if our leaders cannot even be confident in the healthcare system that they created? But let's see some of the reactions on social media and see how Nigerians are reacting to this conversation online. Softercock says, the rate our leaders are traveling out of the country to seek medical treatment is alarming. Looks like there's another definition to the hospital we have in Nigeria. Or are they just buildings? This is a major issue that needs urgent attention. May so rest in peace. Boma in essence says, the Chief Justice has met the ultimate judge. Beyond the politics and the headlines, this is a sober reminder of our mortality. Regardless of our opinions on his tenure, we must respect the finality of death. Rest in peace, Tanko Muhammad. Johnny Whisker says it's high time our leaders get our hospitals fixed. Either you have your treatment here or abroad. If God doesn't heal you, you will end up wasting your resources. Why not make it easy for everyone by getting good hospitals at home and avoid unnecessary expense? I really don't even care for the expenses. I just care for the fact that if just do what's right. Because how about people that can't even afford, basic health care in a very messed up system? But then you're going abroad and making use of our own public fund. Next year we're going to start paying tax. Are you going to be using our funds again to take care of yourself out of the country? Well, Elder says former Chief Justice of Nigeria Ibrahim Tanko is primarily known for his long judicial career and rise to the apex of the Nigerian judiciary through his tenure, though his tenure was marked by significant controversies. Yes, that's a given for whatever it is, whatever position you hold. But just for the healthcare side of things, our authorities, our leaders need to do something, and they need to act fast. If we need to go on the streets to, if we need to go on the streets to protest.
So, this, first and foremost, our condolences go to his family of Tanko Muhammad. We know that it's not easy to lose a loved one, no matter the age. I believe that everyone has, look, we can actually live a very long, fulfilled life. 70 or 71 or 75, for me, I think it's even young. After all, before now, people get to 85 and 90, probably even 100. But I haven't said so. They say lightning don't strike twice in one place, or never strikes twice in one place. We are facing a situation where these questions are asked every now and then, just so we're asking these questions. Our healthcare system, are you saying that it is not well equipped to handle cases? Now, we don't even know detail of what his health history or his prognosis was. However, right, our leaders now who are still alive and watching these things, right, those who are in terms of affairs, those who are, in the ministry, health ministry, and those who are supposed to make sure that the money, right, that have been cut across to grow the health sector is used properly, but yet choose not to. They should look at what's happening now, look at the trend and the trajectory we are going regarding our leaders traveling abroad for health care. Now, whether or not it was his time, we can still raise the question to say, look, can we even have an autopsy to really know if truly he actually died of natural causes? What if someone else has done something wrong? We don't know. Outside this country, he is our leader. Well, he was our leader. In the judicial angle, he served well, although some controversies, yes.
But that's a story for another day, talking about autopsy. I think the focus should be on the
yes. But where I'm going to
hospitals.
Where I'm going to with this is that we shouldn't just take it line, hook, and sinker whenever a great leader passes on in a foreign hospital and say, okay, it was God's will. Because if we keep doing that, we will be making excuses for our health sector that is not properly funded, not properly, put in place. Our leaders now who are watching, they will not live forever. No one lives forever. But we want a case where you live what we call a fulfilled life and keep a great legacy for tomorrow. Can they see this as another major calling to make sure our healthcare system is fully funded, properly equipped, and more importantly, can we look at making sure our hospital doctors are well taken care of so they can put their heart into
the work that they already do.
Knows? Maybe, just maybe, if it was in the comfort of our own doctors,
it might have not passed. Okay, let's move to another big conversation online. This one is the growing dispute between Dangote Refinery and the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority. Now, the House of Representatives has now stepped in, summoning both parties over allegations and counter-allegations rocking the oil and gas sector. Now, this follows a petition by Aliko Dangote to the ICPC, accusing the NMDPRA boss, Farouk Ahmed, of corruption, abuse of office, and living beyond his means. Dangote claims that millions of dollars were spent on schooling for Ahmed's children abroad and says he's ready to provide evidence. He also accused the regulator of undermining local refining by issuing fuel import licenses despite domestic capacity. Now, the NMDPRA has denied these allegations, calling them false and coordinated. Lawmakers have asked both sides to stop trading accusations in the media while investigations continue, and the House says its intervention is aimed at preventing instability in fuel supply, especially during the busy year end. Well, that's another story from, making the rounds. It's been topping the headlines and topping the newspaper front pages. This one.
Look, like we said before, those in glass house should not throw stones. I've never known Dangote to be someone who throws shades or try to, bring down any other person. But when something has really gotten to the very top where you cannot bear it any longer, you will speak out. And you see, it's unfortunate. I dare say it is only in Nigeria where we will see an opportunity to grow, but your own person will say, instead of you to pass through that door to be successful, I'd rather block the door and not go myself. Truth be told, there was no business, or put it this way, there was no benefit, right, for Farouk and his people, right? There would have been no benefit there for them to try to, stifle the growth of Dangote. But that's the reason why it's firing back. You try to sabotage the man, knowing that he wants a case where Nigerians will be able to live a better life. What you pay for, you get and get extra. It is the right of every Nigerian to live well. And he's saying that, look, that the tons of people who are so-called gatekeepers in this industry are the reasons is the major reason why Nigeria is where it is today. And so allow me to help take Nigeria out of this poverty and tyranny situation that we find ourselves. Yes, they come to find a way to do what? To create bottleneck. And so it is time to now say, look, you know what? I can play dirty too, right? And for what is what? Nigerians so far on social media, right, are actually saying, Dangote, kudos, right on. Kudos, right on. What does it tell you? It tells you that the era and the year the era and the age of, okay, one person creating, stifle or creating bottlenecks for other business people. That era is fading away.
Speaking of Nigerians, let's just say quickly some reactions on social media to this conversation, which has definitely taken social media by storm. Checking Out says they are probably intervening in order to stop more revolutions of corruption, which may likely affect them. After this meeting, nothing will be heard about the case again. That's always the case and the tradition. Well, we'll see how that all pans out.
Hope it's wrong.
The OGNs, this is a EFCC issue, not the House of Reps to settle. There are credible allegations of financial malfeasance and abuse of office against the MD. A financial crimes investigation should be open already. Do we have more reactions to this conversation? Raparucci says the House of Representatives should be transparent in its approach to this issue. No one should be allowed to monopolize the downstream sector. Well, they will definitely do. I hope that they do what needs to be done. But yeah, that's where we leave it today on the social listening segment. All the stories quite interesting. Rest in peace to the former Chief Justice. But something needs to be done about our healthcare sector. So we're not seeing our leaders leave us here. It's like when you create a system that is bad and then you can't even make use of the system, you go out of the shores of the country to access healthcare. It's like when education as well, you go out of the country to access good education and you leave us here with the crumbs. Something needs to be done about the educational sector. Also to this one with ICPC, Dangote, NMDPRA, I do hope, I will keep our fingers crossed and see how the entire thing pans out. But I mean, it's been quite an interesting show today, from the story, from the headlines in the morning. We did go to also talk about, we saw what we had on the front page of the papers, and then of course the business morning, and then we also spoke on the inflation, if inflation is actually going to be eased with, if it's going to actually be sustained, the easing inflation, if it's going to be sustained after Dirty December or not. And we had a guest, Kunle as in Clean December. And then as Jam also saying that they want to introduce CBT nationwide, which I don't know, which seems like a good idea, but might not be a workable idea entirely. Like, it might not be efficient, because definitely they will definitely put it to work, but it might not be efficient. But yes, that's where we leave it today on the social listening segment and on the BDTV Breakfast Show. Thank you so much for watching. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Until tomorrow, stay safe.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing
is you just decide not to look at the challenges. Because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Good morning and welcome to the Business News Hour. I am Amanda Imosibui. Let's take a look at the key business stories shaping today's headlines. Petrol battlefield. ICPC plans NMDPRA bus probe after Dangote petition. Federal government recorded 30 trillion naira revenue shortfall in 2025. US imposes travel restrictions on Nigerians over security, visa overstay concerns. Pension assets jumped 22% to 26.7 trillion naira on higher contributions. Crypto liquidation hits $583 million as Bitcoin slides to $86,000. Let's begin the news in Nigeria, where the Nigerian oil and gas sector has been thrown into fresh controversy as the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission has declared that it will investigate a petition lodged against the Chief Executive Officer of the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, Farouk Ahmed, by the chairman of Dangote Group, Aliko Dangote. Dangote, in a petition submitted on December 16, 2025, through his lawyer Ogwu Onoja, called on the ICPC to investigate, prosecute and potentially arrest Ahmed over allegations of corruption and financial impropriety. The petition alleges that Ahmed expended over $7 million on the education of his 4 children in Switzerland, reportedly paid upfront for 6 years without any lawful income to justify the cost. It further accuses engineer Farouk Ahmed of abusing his office in violation of the Code of Conduct for Public Officers, resulting in large-scale corruption and the unlawful expenditure of public funds amounting to millions of dollars. Reacting to the petition, the ICPC spokesperson John Ode confirmed its receipt, noting that the commission received a formal petition on Tuesday, December 16, 2025 from Alhaji Aliko Dangote through his legal representative. A coalition of 40 lawyers under the aegis of Lawyers in Defense of Democracy and Anti-Corruption has condemned the corruption allegations leveled against Ahmed as baseless, describing Dangote's claims as malicious media trial aimed at unjustly portraying Ahmed as guilty without due process. Addressing a press conference in Abuja, Emeka Okafor, National Coordinator and Barrister Mohammed Bello's secretary, said the allegations, including claims of $5 million spent on Ahmed's children's education in Switzerland, were reckless fabrications unsupported by facts or evidence. Okafor emphasized that the NMPDR boss's regulatory efforts were in the national interest aimed at dismantling monopolistic practices and promoting investor participation in the petroleum sector. Moving on, the Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Wale Edun, disclosed on Tuesday that the federal government recorded a significant revenue shortfall in the 2025 fiscal year. He made the revelation while appearing before the House of Representatives Committees on Finance and National Planning during an interactive session on the 2026 to 2028 Medium-Term Expenditure Framework and Fiscal Strategy paper. He recalled that the federal government has projected a revenue target of 40.8 trillion naira in 2025 to fund the 54.9 trillion naira budget of restoration designed to stabilize the economy, secure peace, and lay the foundation for long-term prosperity. According to him, the sharp shortfall is largely attributable to weak oil and gas earnings, particularly petroleum profit tax and company income tax from oil and gas companies, alongside persistent underperformance across several revenue subheads. The minister's disclosure on Tuesday is in sharp contrast to the declaration by President Bola Tinubu in September that the federal government has already met its revenue targets. Despite the revenue gap, Edun said the government had continued to meet critical obligations through what he described as prudent treasury management. Looking ahead, the administration of U.S. President Donald Trump has imposed new travel restrictions on Nigerians seeking to enter the United States, targeting visa categories that account for the majority of visas issued to Nigerian nationals by U.S. consular authorities. Under the new measures, Nigerians are barred for entering the U.S. as immigrants or on several non-immigrant visa categories, including B1 business, B2 tourism, combined B1 and B2, F academic studies, M vocational studies, and J exchange programs. The White House announced the restrictions in the presidential proclamation published on its website on Tuesday. The United States government said the decision was driven by security concerns and challenges in vetting travelers, citing Nigeria's prolonged security issues. In a statement, the White House noted that the presence of extremist groups, including Boko Haram in the Islamic State in parts of the country, poses significant screening and vetting difficulties. It also referenced visa compliance data, stating that Nigeria recorded a B1 and B2 visa overstay rate of 5.56% and an overstay rate of 11.9% for F, M, and J visas, according to the U.S. overstay reports. The restrictions follow Washington's recent designation of Nigeria as a country of particular concern over religious freedom. Meanwhile, Nigeria's pension industry recorded a sharp expansion over the past year, with total assets under management rising by 22% to 26.7 trillion naira at the end of October. The expansion was driven by strong market performance, increased contribution inflows, and broader diversification across asset classes, according to analysts at the Pension Fund Operators Association of Nigeria. Total pension contributions in the third quarter of 2025 stood at 503.19 billion naira, reflecting strong remittance compliance across public and private sectors. A total of 34.64 billion naira in accrued pension rights was paid to 9,707 retirees and deceased employees, demonstrating the federal government's sustained commitment to legacy liabilities. At the end of Q3 as well, 5,950 electronic pension clearance certificates (PCCs) were issued to compliant employers, covering 34.34 billion naira in contribution for 64,457 employees, while 2.07 billion naira was recovered from 49 defaulting employers, bringing the total recovery since 2012 to 32.27 billion naira. Meanwhile, in the cryptocurrency market slid deeper into panic on Tuesday as a broad-based sell-off intensified, dragging prices sharply lower and triggering heavy liquidations across major digital assets. Bitcoin, the world's largest cryptocurrency, fell about 4% to break below $86,000 level, extending a steep retreat from its record high above $126,000 set in early October. Ether dropped more than 4% to trade below $3,000, while losses spread rapidly across nearly every major crypto segment, including Layer 1 and Layer 2 tokens, decentralized finance, payment-focused projects, and centralized finance platforms. The downturn sparked widespread forced sell-offs, with data showing liquidations totaling roughly $583 million over the past 24 hours. The wild part was overwhelmingly skewed towards long positions, underscoring how aggressively bullish bets were unwound as prices broke through key technical support levels. Technical indicators are reinforcing the bearish outlook. Data from TradingView show that 75 of the top 100 cryptocurrencies by market value are now trading below both their 50-day and 200-day simple moving averages, a widely watched signal of sustained downtrends. Also, the Nigeria Civil Aviation Authority has ordered domestic airlines to submit their fare filings to the Directorate of Air Transport Regulation. Specifically, the authority warned that inconsistencies could result in sanctions. The move comes as complaints from passengers escalate, citing flight cancellations, delay, and alleged ticket resale at inflated prices. Speaking during a meeting with airline operators in Abuja, Mr. Michael Achimugu, NCCA's Director of Consumers Protection and Public Relations, said reports showed some fares exceeding 500,000 naira without any corresponding rise in statutory taxes or fees. He insisted that airlines must ensure their submitted fares reflect actual selling prices and stressed that violations would attract strict regulatory action. He revealed that the NCAA had carried out inspections and sting operations across multiple airports, uncovering irregular ticketing prices, poor communication with passengers, and slow refund processing. Achimugu warned that persistent offenders could face penalties of up to 100 million naira. Representatives from the airlines acknowledged challenges with refund processing and blamed third-party ticketing agents and payment platforms. They pledged to improve communication, provide timely refunds, and ensure passengers are informed promptly during disruptions. You're watching the Business News Hour. We will take a short break now and return with more stories. Do stay with us.
You didn't start off to deal with payroll. We did. You didn't start off to figure out compliance rules. We did. You didn't start off to spend hours on tax calculations. You're building, we're calculating. You didn't start off to chase pension receipts. We send them automatically. You didn't start off to do manual uploads on bank portals. We handle salary payment, bulk pay, instantly to all banks. You didn't start off to pay fines. We settle your payee pension instantly. You didn't start to get ripped off. We make sure you pay right and stay compliant. You didn't start out to explain late salaries to your team. We make sure they are paid on time. Your job? Build your business. Ours? Handle your payroll. Payroll, benefits, loans. We handle it so you don't have to.
In a world that never stops moving, stay in control with a bank that's always working for you. Even if your internet connection shuts down, banking continues instantly with our USSD code *7111#. Experience seamless transactions on the go. Settle your bills, top up airtime or data, sell FX, and more with the Key mobile app. Speaking of more, you can automate payments and savings on multiple accounts and also stay up to date with your investments on the Key mobile app. Experience branchless banking today. Keystone Bank, we grow together.
Getting the right mobile phone insurance tailored to your specific need can be a hassle. Introducing Skrella, your one-stop solution. Providing screen calibration test, glass and IMEI eye check to confirm the physical condition of the device. And all this is done from the comfort of your home. Skrella offers affordable premiums and an easy-to-navigate dashboard. A wallet service for easy payments and vouchers as well. A robust paperless claims reporting process to ensure speedy delivery of service to users. Skrella prioritizes user devices and made provision for health checks on their device to monitor the health status of the smartphone. Elevate your peace with Skrella.
Welcome back. You're still watching the Business News Hour. Moving on, Nigerians may face significant power shortages this festive season if the federal government fails to urgently resolve the gas-to-power debt, as gas suppliers have begun scaling back deliveries to power plants, disrupting electricity generation nationwide. On Tuesday, the Enugu Electricity Distribution Company alerted customers in the southeast through a statement by its group head of corporate communications, Emeka Eze. EEDC explained that the reduction in power supply is due to low system frequency caused by gas shortages affecting generation companies. The DISCO added that the Transmission Company of Nigeria has been forced to implement load shedding of the available energy. As a result, EEDC said the development had impacted energy allocation to it and reduced the daily service level to customers served by its subsidiary company, Main Power, Transpower, Fast Power, New Era, and Eastland. Efforts are currently being made by critical stakeholders in the electricity supply industry to address this challenge and restore normal power distribution. Still on, United Bank for Africa has entered into a $100 million partnership with the Lagos State government and LagRide to finance vehicles for 3,500 ride-hailing drivers, a move aimed at transitioning drivers from renting cars to vehicle ownership. The Memorandum of Understanding was signed between UBA and LagRide on Tuesday in Ikeja, Lagos. At the signing ceremony, UBA Group Managing Director and CEO Oliver Alauba announced a new partnership between UBA PLC, LagRide, and the Lagos State government. The collaboration aims to provide financing for up to 3,500 vehicles for LagRide drivers across Lagos State. He added that the overall motivation for the initiative is to drive financial inclusion, growth, and progress for all stakeholders. The CEO noted that efforts will focus on driving financial inclusion, empowering citizens, and creating employment opportunities for the state's growing youth population and beyond. Addressing safety concerns associated with some ride services in Lagos, the program ensures that participating drivers are professionally trained, providing passengers with a secure and reliable experience through LagRide. In another development, Nigerian workers are dealing with what the Labour Congress describes as the most severe financial squeeze in the country's history. The warning issued on Tuesday came a day after the National Bureau of Statistics reported a modest easing of headline inflation. The NBS said the Consumer Price Index rose to 134.5 points in November 2025, from 128.9 points in October, a month-on-month increase of 1.6 points. The annual headline inflation rate fell to 14.45% from 16.05% in October. While this decline has been welcomed by some in the organized private sector as a potential boost to consumer purchasing power for workers and stagnant wages, the relief is limited. The president of Nigeria Labour Congress, Comrade Joe Ajero, minimum wage of 70,000 naira remains grossly inadequate for meeting basic needs. With prices of essential goods such as rice exceeding the minimum wage, workers are left struggling to make ends meet. In other news, the Lekki Deep Sea Port said it has reached almost half of its designed operational capacity with steady month-on-month growth in containers throughout since September. The Managing Director, Chief Executive Officer of Lekki Port LFTZ Enterprise Limited, Mr. Wang Xiang, disclosed this on Tuesday while addressing journalists during an end-of-the-year media parley at the port. Speaking during the parley, Wang reiterated that the port is now operating at close to 50% capacity. He added that the development reflects increasing confidence by shipping lines and cargo owners in Nigeria's first deep sea port. He emphasized that the efficient multimodal connectivity remains critical to sustaining and accelerating growth at the port. According to him, barge operations have become an important evacuation channel. Wang stated that the ongoing Lagos-Calabar Coastal Road project would help ease congestion and improve access to the port, while reiterating that Lekki Port is fully automated terminal. Wang noted that delays may persist until all stakeholders, including government agencies, fully align with end-to-end digital processes. The Lekki Deep Sea Port is Nigeria's first deep sea port and one of the largest maritime infrastructure projects in West Africa. It is located at Ibeju-Lekki, Lagos State, within the Lagos Free Zone along the eastern axis of Lagos. To wrap up the business news segment, Microsoft and the federal government have announced that over 350,000 Nigerians have now been trained in artificial intelligence skills under the AI National Skills Initiative, a program designed to equip the workforce for a digital economy. The milestone, unveiled at a Lagos press conference on Tuesday, underscores Nigeria's effort to cultivate talent capable of driving innovative and economic growth. The initiative builds on over $1 million investment announced by Microsoft in February to provide AI skilling for 1 million Nigerians, reaffirming the company's commitment to developing the workforce of the future. The investment was introduced at the Microsoft AI Tour in Lagos, a global series that brings together business leaders, technical practitioners, and AI enthusiasts to explore AI's transformative potential. General Manager of Microsoft Nigeria and Ghana, Abidin Yusuf, said the AI is reshaping every sector and warned that countries that act swiftly on skills will be best positioned to benefit. That wraps up our Business News Hour. I am Amanda Imosibwe. Thank you for watching and stay tuned to Business Day Television.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
You didn't start off to deal with payroll. We did. You didn't start off to figure out compliance rules. We did. You didn't start off to spend hours on tax calculations. You're building, we're calculating. You didn't start off to chase pension receipts. We send them automatically. You didn't start off to do manual uploads on bank portals. We handle salary payment, bulk pay, instantly to all banks. You didn't start off to pay fines. We settle your payee pension instantly. You didn't start to get ripped off. We make sure you pay right and stay compliant. You didn't start out to explain late salaries to your team. We make sure they are paid on time. Your job? Build your business. Ours? Handle your payroll. Payroll, benefits, loans. We handle it so you don't have to.
In a world that never stops moving, stay in control with a bank that's always working for you. Even if your internet connection shuts down, banking continues instantly with our USSD code *7111#. Experience seamless transactions on the go. Settle your bills, top up airtime or data, sell FX, and more with the Key mobile app. Speaking of more, you can automate payments and savings on multiple accounts and also stay up to date with your investments on the Key mobile app. Experience branchless banking today. Keystone Bank, we grow together.
Getting the right mobile phone insurance tailored to your specific need can be a hassle. Introducing Skrella, your one-stop solution. Providing screen calibration test, glass and IMEI eye check to confirm the physical condition of the device. And all this is done from the comfort of your home. Skrella offers affordable premiums and an easy-to-navigate dashboard. A wallet service for easy payments and vouchers as well. A robust paperless claims reporting process to ensure speedy delivery of service to users. Skrella prioritizes user devices and made provision for health checks on their device to monitor the health status of the smartphone. Elevate your peace with Skrella.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protections from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Welcome back to the big story on Business Day Television, a breakfast show. Before the break, we're joined by Mokhtar Mohammed to give us insight about, what is making the round on the big story this morning. Good morning, Mokhtar Mohammed.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
So good to have you. And we want to wish you this Yuletide season. And thank you for still finding time to join us on Big Story during the Yuletide celebration. Now, very quickly, based on the topic, and in simple terms, right? What does this drop in inflation actually tell us?
Well, if you are sitting where I'm sitting, it tells me that government is working magic, and remind you of this Fela's song that says government magic. I think that's what I'm seeing from where I'm sitting. It's just the president said inflation will close the year at 15%, and today we are closing the year at 14%, and I think that means he has beat the president's projection. For me, I just think it's all about rebasing. I keep saying it depends on where you are. If you look at this inflation, year-to-year inflation, you realize that it is low based on year-to-year. Remember, we're doing over 30-something%. Because of the rebasing, we saw the inflationary figure came down. And so if you looked at year to year, you realize that the inflation has really come down drastically. But if you look at month to month, you realize that challenge is still there. And if you look at food inflation, which is one of the key driver inflation in Nigeria, realize that food inflation is still there. So what we're saying is
what we say in economic term is what is the real inflation or the market-driven inflation. What we are seeing is the microeconomic inflation, but the market inflation is still there, which has to do with food and other essentials commodities for the ordinary Nigerian. So that's why we tell the ordinary Nigerian that inflation has come down to about 14 point something %. And the ordinary Nigerian will look at you and say, the cost of food has not come down. The cost of accommodation has not come down. The cost of transportation has not come down. The cost of health has not come down. So how is this affecting my life? So that is where we are.
Inflation is easing, right? Why do prices still feel high? You just said that. You just said that everything has not really come down. So why is it that way? So what's doing the heavy lifting here? Food prices, policy moves, or something else?
Food and beverages. If you look at the numbers from this inflation, you realize that everything that affects the average Nigeria is still inflationary. It's very, very high in terms of inflation. You look at food and beverages, you look at accommodation, you look at transportation, you look at restaurants, you look at health, you look at also at education. Even if you look at all these variables, those are what really drive the ordinary Nigerian. Housing. If you're in Lagos, I mean, you know what the rent is now for a 2-bedroom flat, even for a one self-contained, even if face me and face you, is almost getting to ₦1 million in a year compared to the 300 or 200 and 350 that it used to be. So when you look at all the variables that are really driving inflation, you realize that those inflationary pressures are still there. So the other Nigeria cannot feel anything. So it's just a policy-driven inflation, and this is largely driven by the rebasing that we have done. I'm surprised that the government is celebrating it, saying that they have brought inflation to 14%. But let's look at the key drivers of inflation. Let's look at what touched the ordinary Nigeria. Has there really any impact on them? I don't think so, because like I said, look at that data, month-to-month inflation is still very high. But when you look to year, and like I said, this year was largely driven because of rebasing. So it's I think, let me use that your word, policy-driven. In terms of policy, inflation is coming down. But in terms of the ordinary Nigeria, inflation is still high, especially for those essential commodities that affect the ordinary Nigerian. Transportation, health, education, housing, these are food, non-alcoholic beverages. I mean, it's shocking. These are the key drivers of inflation. And these non-alcoholic beverages, you know, is largely driven by fiscal policy decision to tax non-alcoholic products. So it's just it's like I said, it's government magic.
So how much of these change is actually economic reality, and how much is about measurements?
You know, measurements, you can see when you look at measurements, you realize that the price is high. Measurements year to year tells you the price is low. Measurement month to month tells you the price is low. Reality, the price is still very high. Food, non-alcoholic beverages, transportation, healthcare, housing, restaurants. These are where ordinary Nigerians go to. The mama puts on the streets. It's not the big restaurants. Cost of all these products are still high. So that is the reality. But in terms of measuring year to year, then you can celebrate all you want.
Small businesses and even borrowing costs. What does it mean for small businesses and borrowing costs?
Well, rate has been cut. A lot of people expected that if reality, you see inflation is coming down, they expected the CBN to have cut rate in the last monetary committee meeting. And I remember telling them in one of the programs, I said, I don't think they will cut rates, because the reality, the risk is still there. So short-term risk is still there. So definitely, I don't see them cutting rates, consequently cutting the rates. This no, I said I didn't say it happening, and actually that's what happened, because reality is facing the CBN, so they couldn't cut rate to bring down the cost of funding, and a smaller business will be able to borrow. So definitely that tells you that it's not reality on ground is not tallying with what they think should be the reality. Ordinarily, when you have inflation comes down, you have a rate cut, then cost of funding will come down. And once you cut rate, the stock market will respond with positivity, especially sector that has to do with loan. That means a lot of companies will be able to collect loan, and they will be able to pay and also be able to pay existing loan. But you can see that since the CBN Monetary Committee meets, the stock market have lost so much also. So that tells you that the policy in terms of this MBS policy is not intended with reality that is on ground. That's just it. In terms of measurement, okay, but in terms of reality, we are far from it.
Now, does this actually strengthen the case for lower interest rates? Does it strengthen it?
If it's reality, it's of course it does. But when you're talking about policy, largely driven by rebasing, then it doesn't call for low exchange rates. You know, I said it that rebasing in itself is not a tool to bring down inflation. Rebasing in itself is helping the government to price in new variables that were not taken into consideration the last time they did the rebasing. So what it means is that turn foreign investors to, or investors to, there's a new area that I would think if you invest, you make a good return. And this is the area. And so we are bringing up that here so to attract investors and then create job, and also, like our own case, bring in the needed effects to stabilize our currency. But when you look at that as a tool to bringing down inflation, it's in the short term, it looks like if inflation is coming down. But in reality, like what we have seen to month basis, it has not come down. Year to year is coming down, month to month is not coming down. I wish year to year is a little bit still high, month to month is coming down, then it will have impacts on the life of the ordinary Nigeria. So definitely, I don't see those cuts coming in. Remember again, in 2026 is an election year. There'll be a lot of liquidity in the system. So the CBN will also have to look at that to see whether they want to maintain rates or continue to cut rates.
But then again, who benefits first if rates eventually come down? Who are the first to benefit if rates eventually come down?
Yeah, the smaller businesses will benefit first when rate comes down. Who else? That means my cost of funding is low. Then I'll be able to expand. I'll be able to create more jobs. I'll be able to employ more Nigerians. Then I should benefit first. But again, it's not looking like that. But with cut rates, remember before the last meeting, the CBN cut rates, do you see the impact ordinarily? Of course not. And this inflation figure is really telling you that we are still dealing with a lot of issues, especially month-to-month issues. That spike is still there. No matter how marginal it is. Look at rural inflation. Rural inflation is about 15%. Rural inflation. And year to year, rural inflation is about 23% compared to urban inflation, about 20%. So you need to look at it. That is the rural area, which is supposed to be that those days you run to your village because you say you get food to eat, cost of living, they produce their own. But you know, some of them cannot even produce now because they cannot even go to the farm. So those are things that you look and you say as a government, what should we be doing? Than celebrating that inflation has come down year to year.
Could push inflation back up?
Festivity periods, demands are very high. So we're already going to see inflation goes up in December because of the festivity period. Cost of transportation has gone high. Whether you are going by road or going by air, it's very high. Also, we thought we have seen a reduction in the exchange rates. We're thinking the exchange rate will finish the year at 1,300. We are struggling to finish the year at 1,500. So all these are challenges that we need to deal with. So if you look at that by and by where I am now, I can tell you that this tendency that inflation will still have a big challenge there. It's still there. So like I've talked about festivity, I've talked about exchange rate, demand and supply and all that. Despite the reduction in fuel price by Dangote, definitely you will not see that impact in the reduction of transportation. But for you that have cars, private car owners, you could see your cost of transportation come down because you are paying less now for more liters of petroleum. But for the ordinary Nigerian that takes public transport, the cost might even go up. If those that are going to the east, those that are going for Christmas festivity anywhere, they will have those challenges of costs because again, demand is high, supply is low, so cost will naturally be high. So the impact will be felt for those that have private cars, but the generality of Nigerians will still be struggling with transport costs. So definitely, you won't see so much impact on this.
What should government focus on next so it can turn this into real relief?
I think what we should focus more on is policy. They should drive down policy. They should look at their policy, one, then they should begin to intervene. Why is inflation high? It's because the farmer cannot go to farm because of insecurity. How can we improve security so that they can start going to farm? That's what they should be looking at. Also, cost of transportation. We've talked about the CNG buses, the CNG trucks. We have not seen them. These 2 years, going to the third year into this administration, we have not seen it, even despite the promise to start. So all these are things, policy that the government should have. They should also look at ways of intervening in the terms of cost of funding, despite the low interest rate, like it was the cutting rate. Cost of funding is still high for the private sector. And so all these are what the government should look at because that will drive down costs. The key driver of inflation in Nigeria is FX. And then food. How do you address that? You come up with policy that will attract foreign portfolio investors and foreign direct investors. You don't come up with policy like capital gain tax that is going to drive investors out of your economy. You have to look at policies that will attract them into your economy. You have to think of food security by making sure you provide security so that farmers can be able to go to farm. The food basket of the nation, you could see those numbers month to month. You realize where inflation is lower and where inflation is higher. You are shocked because some of these places used to be where we have the lower inflation because they could feed themselves, but now they cannot go to farm again. It's still like Benue State because of the insecurity or the farmers in that crisis. So the government needs to do a lot in terms of security so that we can see rural inflation come down, and that will translate to urban inflation coming down too.
With the festivity ongoing and everywhere so much plans for citizens, what would be your advice at this time to the Nigerian citizen and to the government also to aid an enabling environment for everyone?
Nigerian citizens, you have to know that since I was born, I've always had Christmas time, always challenging time, cut your coat according to your size. I think now you have to even look at your
Well, I think we lost Mukhtar Mohammed there. Mr. Mukhtar, do we still have you? Well, it's still the big story, and we've just been able to talk about how the inflation, can be managed at this time, whether or not, Nigerians are able, to move about this trend with the festivity. It's still a big story on the Business Day television breakfast show. We'll call it a day.
Information is everywhere. But insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead.
With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day Television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and you know.
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So
But as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape.
Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Entrepreneurship is for everybody, but not everybody is for entrepreneurship.
They are the dreamers.
I remember it was like 3 a.m. by 21st of December 2021.
The disruptors.
Life is not affordable, let's be real.
The doers.
BusinessDay Academy has trained over 3,000 event professionals.
In a place where the odds don't play fair, they play harder.
I would like my business to be remembered as one of the homegrown organizations that has helped with shaping the narrative of this continent positively.
From first-time founders to industry giants, this is where serious business meets unexpected turns.
I could stay up hours of the night just watching things about space.
Welcome to Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma, where we unravel the buzz and glamorous headshots to bring you the untold.
When I went for youth service, where I was sent to, instead of me to go to work, I went to go and learn how to sew.
Raw.
I'm blown away by the challenges they're facing.
And real stories of Nigeria's fearless young entrepreneurs.
And it not only not yes.
Watch Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma every Tuesday on BusinessDay television.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays. Just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
are watching Business Day Television.
This is Business Day news update, reaching you live from Lagos, Nigeria. Coming up, pension asset jumps 22% to 8.77 trillion naira on higher contribution. Nigeria's crude oil export hits 37.7 trillion naira in 8 months. Lekki Deep Seaport hits 59% operational capacity. And the federal government raises Nigeria premium term throughout action. We'll go on a quick break now. When we come back, we'll bring you more stories. Stay with us.
Entrepreneurship is for everybody, but not everybody is for entrepreneurship.
They are the dreamers.
I remember it was like 3 a.m. by 21st of December 2021.
The disruptors.
Luxury is not affordable, let's be real.
The doers.
BusinessDay Academy has trained over 3,000 event professionals.
In a place where the odds don't play fair, they play harder.
I would like my business to be remembered as one of the homegrown organizations that has helped with shaping the narrative of this continent positively.
From first-time founders to industry giants, this is where serious business meets unexpected turns.
I could stay up hours of the night just watching things about space.
Welcome to Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma, where we unravel the buzz and glamorous headshots to bring you the untold.
When I went for youth service, where I was sent to, instead of me to go to work, I went to go and learn how to sew.
Raw. I'm blown away by the challenges they're facing.
And real stories of Nigeria's fearless young entrepreneurs.
And not only
Yes. Watch Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma every Tuesday on Business Day Television.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day Television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to
end you?
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest.
This is the Business Day television news update, reaching you live from our studio right here in Lagos, Nigeria. Coming up, pension assets jumps 22% to 26.7 trillion naira on higher contributions. And Nigeria's crude oil export hit 37.7 trillion naira in 9 months. Lekki Deep Seaport hits 50% operational capacity. And federal government raises 596 billion naira for medium-term bond auction. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. I am Deborah Eze. Nigeria's pension industry recorded a sharp expansion over the past year, with total assets under management rising by 22% to 26.7 trillion naira at the end of October. This expansion was reportedly driven by strong market performance, increased contribution inflows, and broader diversification across asset classes. The report shows that investment in domestic ordinary shares increased by 82.0% from 2.11 trillion naira to 3.84 trillion naira, indicating sustained confidence in equity markets and long-term growth assets. Holdings in FGN securities also recorded the highest growth among traditional assets, expanding by 17.6%, rising from 13.57 trillion naira to 15.96 trillion naira, as pension funds increase exposure to government-backed instruments. And moving on, the National Bureau of Statistics has revealed that Nigeria's crude oil exports have surged to 37.7 trillion naira in the first 9 months of the year, covering January to September 2025, which marked relatively stable oil export performance despite global market volatility. Quarterly data show that crude oil export receipts were largely stable across the period, with 12.96 trillion naira in the first quarter, 11.97 trillion naira in the second quarter, and 12.81 trillion naira in the third quarter of 2025. And these figures combined amounts to 37.73 trillion naira in crude oil export earnings between January and September 2025, with no major fluctuations recorded. The trend peaked in 2024, with crude oil export revenues hitting 55.29 trillion naira, the highest in 5 years, setting a benchmark for 2025, while higher revenues have not been translated into stronger profitability. Despite this growth, non-oil goods accounted for only 12 to 14% of monthly exports in third quarter of 2025, with oil and gas still dominating Nigeria's export earnings. And still on, the Lekki Deep Seaport has reached almost half of its designed operational capacity, with steady month-on-month growth in container throughput since in September. The Managing Director, Chief Executive Officer of Lekki Port LFTZ Enterprise Limited, Wang Kwang, revealed this on Tuesday while addressing newsmen at the port. Wang revealed that the port is now operating at close to 50% capacity, adding that the development reflects increasing confidence by shipping lines and cargo owners in Nigeria's first deep seaport. The MD emphasized that efficient multimodal connectivity remains critical to sustaining and accelerating growth at the port, insisting that barge operations have become an important evacuation channel. Wang, however, assured that the ongoing Lagos-Calabar Coastal Road project would help ease congestion and improve access to the port. And coming up, federal government raises 596 billion naira for medium-term bond auction. This and more after this break. Welcome back. Still on the Nigerian scene, the federal government of Nigeria has issued 596 billion naira in medium-term bonds, comprising a 5-year 17.945% FGN bond maturing in August 2030 and a 7-year 17.95% federal government bond maturing in June 2032. According to reports, the bonds were offered at an auction held on 15th December 2025, with settlements scheduled for 17 December 2025. Investors submitted a total of 60 bids for the 5-year bond and 188 bids for the 7-year bond, while 38 and 112 bids were successful for the first 5-year and 7-year bond, respectively. The subscription for the 5-year bond stood at 159.211 billion naira, with 101.987 billion naira allotted, while the 7-year bond attracted 731.399 billion naira in bids, of which 494.478 billion naira was allotted, alongside a non-competitive allotment of 4 billion naira. Successful bids were allotted at marginal rates of 17.20% for the 5-year bond and 17.30% for the 7-year bond, while the original coupon rates of 17.945% and 17.95% were maintained. The FGN say the bond issuance was aimed at raising funds to support key government projects while providing an investor with stable and medium-term returns. Away from that story, cryptocurrency markets slide deeper into panic on Tuesday as a broad-based sell-off intensified, dragging prices sharply lower and triggering heavy liquidations across major digital assets. Bitcoin, the world's largest cryptocurrency, fell about 4% to break below the $86,000 level, extending a steep retreat from its record high above $126,000 set in early October. Ether dropped more than 4% to trade below $3,000, while losses spread rapidly across nearly every major crypto segment, including Layer 1 and Layer 2 tokens, decentralized finance, payment-focused projects, and centralized finance platforms. The downturn sparked widespread forced sell-offs, with data showing liquidations totaling roughly $583 million over the past 24 hours, while the wipeout was overwhelmingly skewed towards long position, underscoring how aggressively bullish were on wound as prices broke through key technical support levels. Market psychology deteriorated sharply alongside prices as the crypto fear and greed index fell to 11, a level typically associated with extreme fear and panic-driven trading behavior, reflecting growing expectations of further downside in the near term. An independent corrupt practices and other related offences commission has declared that it will investigate a petition lodged against the chief executive officer of the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, Farouk Ahmed, by the chairman of Dangote Group, Aliko Dangote. Dangote, in a petition submitted on December 16, 2025, through his lawyer, Oguonoja, said or called on the ICPC to investigate, prosecute, and potentially arrest Ahmed over the allegation of corruption and financial impropriety. The petition claims that Ahmed spent more than $7 million on the education of his 4 children in Switzerland, paying upfront for a 6-year period without any lawful source of income to justify such expenditure. Dangote named the children and the Swiss school that they attend, providing the alleged amounts paid for each to enable verification by the ICPC, while also accusing Ahmed of diverting public funds for personal gain through the instrumentality of the NMDPR. And to end the local news, security agencies across the country have deployed special forces and tactical units ahead of today's nationwide protest organized by the Nigerian Labour Congress. And this was at the Labour Center. It says it will proceed with what it has described as a national day of protest and mourning over rising insecurity and worsening socio-economic conditions. The police force confirmed to newsmen their readiness to maintain law and order during the demonstrations, warning that they would not tolerate any act of violence, vandalism, or attempt by miscreant and political hellions to hijack the rallies. The nationwide protest, which is expected to take place across the 36 states and the Federal Capital Territory, was called by the NLC in response to what it described as escalating insecurity, unresolved labor issues, rising cost of living, and the government's failure to protect lives and livelihoods. And coming up, South African inflation slows slightly in November. This and more after this break. And now to Africa. South Africa inflation slowed for the first time in 3 months in November, blustering expectations that the central bank will cut interest rate further next year, even with its new lower inflation target. Headline consumer inflation slowed to 3.5% year-on-year in November from 3.6% in October, within the 1 percentage point tolerance band of the 3% target announced last month. According to reports, categories like transport and recreation recorded cooler rates in November, with others like food and restaurants increasing their annual core inflation, which stripes out volatile items like food and energy come in at 3.2% in November. Meanwhile, analysts has predicted that inflation would remain unchanged at 3.6% last month. And also, the world's largest spirit makers, Diego, reportedly plans to sell its 65% stake in East African breweries to Japan's Asahi Holdings for about $2.3 billion. And according to reports, the London-listed company has been grappling with tariff hikes in the United States, high debt levels, and a move away from alcoholic drinks by younger consumers. The company, however, revealed that the disposal was consistent with its strategy to sell non-core assets. Diego in January sold its 80% stake in Guinness Ghana Breweries Limited to Castel Group and also sold its entire stake in Seychelles Breweries Limited and exited its Nigerian operations. Another foreign scene, global oil prices fell to its lower level in more than 4 years on Tuesday as persistent concerns about oversupply combined with growing optimism over a possible peace deal between Russia and Ukraine. Brent crude, the international benchmark, dropped 2.86% to $58.83 a barrel, while U.S. West Texas Intermediate fell 2.88% to $55.04 a barrel, pushing crude price below the $60 mark for the first time since February 2021. Now, according to reports, the decline reflects mounting fears of excess supply in the global market, alongside expectations that sanctions on Russia could be eased if progress is made towards ending the war in Ukraine. Analysts say they expect Brent crude to average $65 a barrel in 2026, slightly ahead of the forward curve due to the expected 1.9 million barrels per day surplus they see as being priced in already. The sharp fall in oil prices reportedly adds pressure to oil exporting economies, relying heavily on crude sales for government revenue and foreign exchange earnings. And still on, the Donald Trump-led government has imposed new travel restrictions on Nigerians seeking to enter the United States, targeting visa categories that accounts for the majority of visas issued to Nigerian nationals by U.S. consular authorities. Under the new measures, Nigerians are barred from entering the U.S. as immigrants or on several non-immigrant visa categories, including business, tourism, academic studies, vocational studies, and exchange programs. The White House announced the restriction in a presidential proclamation published on its website on Tuesday, citing security concerns and difficulties in vetting travelers as reasons for the decision, pointing to Nigeria's prolonged security challenges. The Trump administration said U.S. consular officers in Nigeria have also been instructed to reduce the validity of any other non-immigrant visas issued to Nigerians to the extent permitted by the law. And we bring you the sport news after this break.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome back, and now to sports. FIFA has introduced a small number of more affordable £45 tickets for all 104 matches at the 2026 World Cup, following criticism of its pricing structure for the tournament. The World Football's governing body says the new ticket price will be available to a certain number of loyal fans of the countries that have qualified for the World Cup. A FIFA official close to discussions said they have listened to feedback, and this new category is the right thing to do, adding that the decision was unanimous. UK Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer welcomed the announcement, encouraging FIFA to do more to make tickets more affordable to the World Cup, or so the World Cup doesn't lose touch with the genuine supporters who make the game so special. The ticket would have cost a fan more than £5,000 to follow England at every match to the final under the previous pricing structure, which the Football Supporters Association described as scandalous. France and Paris Saint-Germain attacker Ousmane Dembele has won the men's FIFA Best Award at a ceremony in Qatar on Tuesday, while Barcelona midfielder Maestro Aitana Bonmati collected the women's prize. Dembele won the Ballon d'Or in September, rewarding an exceptional season with PSG, which include the Ligue 1 club first Champions League title. Bonmati was also crowned Women's Player of the Year for the third time in a row, after also picking up her third consecutive Ballon d'Or in the autumn. The personal award come at the end of a year of ups and downs for the Spaniard, who lost both the Champions League and European Championship finals last season. And according to reports, winners were chosen by a vote of fans, media representatives, captains, and national team coaches. And this is where we wrap up the Business Day television news updates this afternoon. Remember to follow us across all our social media platforms and subscribe to our YouTube channel for more insight. I am Deborah Eze. Many thanks for watching.
An official of NAFDA will say, please bring that thing down to see. My wife will like this.
If there is something about Market Pulse, just know that we will go through the 7 seas and mountains just for you to explore every market in this industry. Hello and welcome to another episode of Market Pulse. And today we're at Lawansi Market exploring the home appliances industry. So follow us as we feel the heartbeats of this market.
If customers are weeping and the seller is also weeping, nobody is happy.
Today, we are turning up the heat on a trend reshaping household spending across Nigeria: the surge in demand for thrifted and Tokumbo home appliances.
I've been in this business for close to 30 years. I grew up in this area. When I left university, I found myself back to Sule Lawansin. And that was even when Tokumbo business started gradually here in Lawansin, Sule, like fridge businesses. That was early 90s, early 90s. And because I live around and I grew up in this area, the only opportunity I had was maybe going outside Lagos for my degree program as a UNN. Having gotten that, I came back. I made a Lawansin that accepted Tokumbo business. So as early as 1990, this place became a beehive of Tokumbo goods, fridge businesses, videos, electronics, kitchen equipment, and gradually I keyed in. You know, kitchen equipment is very, very wide. There are kitchen equipment, there are domestic, there are industrials, then there are bakery equipment, you know, so whichever one you want to enter into. It's very, very interesting, but the scope is very, very large. You can never have knowledge of all of them, because every day technology is improving. There are times things will come out, you say, what is this? Or someone has to educate you on even what it is and how to use it. So it's not been easy. Kitchen equipment is very, very wide. So every day I'm learning, every day I'm studying, every day I want to enter into new areas of it. Everything has increased and it's affecting sales, really affecting sales, because the joy of this business is patronage. And if the customers are weeping, of course, and the seller is also weeping, you know, nobody is happy. I want a situation where I bring in markets or I buy markets and people will come within a short space of time, they are all sold. Price of things have really gone high, and I pray that maybe with time, as time goes on, if our leaders, if they hearken to us and really put their hearts into governance, at least bring the price of these things down, Nigerians will really be happy. Nobody is really happy. You might think you are making the profit, but if you think you make enough profit, by the time you go and get other things, for instance, I'm not into fashion, but I know I have to buy clothes for myself. If you want to enter into any boutique to buy clothes for yourself, you before you know, you have wasted that same money there. You spend the whole money there. So you take a little thing home, having spent so much. So it goes round. Nobody's happy.
With inflation still biting and the naira under pressure, many consumers are finding that buying brand new appliances is becoming a luxury.
If you do not chop maybe 3 square meal, you cannot be saying, let me buy AC. For more than 30 years now. And now it's very, very costly. Before, like, say, 10 years or 15 years ago, someone you can start this business with maybe 500,000. But now, I say it over 2.something million at least. And I complain that because the cost of the goods is too high. They cannot be. You say this business is luxurious one, so it's very, very high compared with the thing started from that Tinubu and Buhari regime. The thing is, before you can see 1 horsepower for 12,000 or below, but now 1 horsepower is 140,000 in the space of 2 years or so. So it's very, very costly. And making us not to feel comfortable with our business is not moving fine. Imagine something that we bought for 12,000 naira 2 years ago. Now it's 140,000, 150. You see, it scares away customers from coming to purchase or buy. I complain that the cost of this is too much. It's too much. We can hardly say 1 week or so. We will not sell because of the high cost of the goods. It's very, very alarming. It's very, very big. It's very, very difficult to cope in Nigeria these days. Compared with this, our business is very, very high. And right now, it's not the season. Maybe if to say the dry season, throughout it has been raining all days. Yesterday it rains. Or at times you come here 1 week or 2 weeks, you will not sell anything because of the cost, of the rising cost.
Of course, there is still a feeling of distaste that surrounds the Tokumbo home appliances. It's no-brainer though why Nigerians largely opt for these tested products, with inflation almost being at an all-time high.
Before, you can use 200 naira to buy a lot of things, but this time around, with 1 million naira, you cannot buy anything tangible.
Market surveys also show that thrifted appliances can go for 40 to 60% less than brand new units. Well, depending on brand and condition.
For the past 10 years now, the business now, I can say, is times 10 of what we are using for investment before. Like the money you invest before. Before, you can use 200 naira to buy a lot of things, but this time around, with 1 million naira, you cannot buy anything tangible. You are reacting so badly because what somebody is buying 10 naira before, this time if you come, you tell the person it's 50 naira, you know how the person will feel. So the reaction now is something else. The customers are not happy. And we too, we cannot do otherwise because we sell things the way we bought. Well, I can't say that I've had losses because when inflation started, I have some goods when inflation started. I sell based on the current price as at the time the inflation started. So I sell with the price of the current. The difficulties there is that the customers, they are not buying things the way they used to buy before because the price is outrageous. The price increased, so they find it difficult. They find it difficult. It's difficult for us now. You can see when you come here, I'm just sitting and looking outside. Unlike before the inflation started, when you come at least you meet like 2 or 3 customers. But this time it will take 2 hours or 3 hours before you can get 1 customer. At times they will come and price, they will not buy because the price is high now. There's no way I can go home and sit down without doing anything. That would be another problem. So, however it is, we'll still be managing it. We'll still be pushing.
Information reaching us is that life starters, young renters, first-time homeowners usually have a higher demand. So if you fall under this category, here are some of the prices of essentials so you don't walk into the market clueless.
If it's just cookers without ovens, these flat ones, they are on the high side now. Talk about 60,000 naira. If it's 3 burners, 60,000. If it's 4 burners, 70, 80,000. I'm talking about Tokumbo ones. We have Korea cookers that are just 2 burners. Those ones are also 60,000 naira. Then if you want to go for brand new ones, talk about 100 and something, 200,000 naira. They're about 150,000 naira. They're about. These are cookers without ovens. So if you want to buy cookers with ovens, those ones, Tokumbo ones, 300,000, 350, 400,000 as the case may be. 5 burners with big oven, all those are 700,000 naira as the case may be. As of that time, that drum barbecue, charcoal barbecue, I was going for 25,000 naira, but now it's going for 200,000, 250,000. So you can see the extent, which I remember people will come here, they want to buy something, and then they give you $100. You know, $100, you quickly go to Lansing bus stop, you understand, and change $100, 25,000 naira. So $100 that time, 25,000 naira. So maybe the value of what they have bought was 25,000 naira. So they give $100. But now that same $100 is now 150,000. So like this thing that I once sold for 25,000 naira, this drum barbecue, the $100 feed there was 25,000, but now $100 is 150,000, and yet you cannot get it. So you need to have a close to maybe $150 or $130 for you to get this drum barbecue. So things has really gone high. There's one small electric jug I saw this afternoon. Very small things, this traveling type. You understand? And it's Tokumbo. And the person was saying, was pricing 5,000. And I know I bought that in non-tested, 8,000 naira. I was telling her 8,000 are not tested. You know the meaning of taking a risk of buying something that is not tested. It can be scrap in your hand. You understand? I told her, I said, pay 12,000. I said, okay, pay 10,000 naira. Do you understand? Person, are you saying this is 10,000 naira? I said, I bought it 8,000 naira, not tested. And I'm selling it to you, tested. You can see the risk.
Electric kettle now, we say the least you can get now, the smallest one of it is 10,000 naira. The one that are bigger, that one you can get for 15,000 naira least. Microwave, we have the deals we have now is at 5,000. We have the one that is up to 60,000. Air fryer, we have the one of 40,000, the one of 50,000. Iron 15, 18, 20, depending on the quality. Because all of them are not of the same quality. A rice cooker, I have the one of 35,000. Pressure pot, we have the one of 35,000 naira, and also we have the one of 50,000 naira. And these are things before you can get for 5,000 naira. But this time, inflation have made all of them to go high.
If you are buying a window unit, maybe for 1 horsepower, you can get it now for maybe 130 or 120, as the case may be. Then for split, you can see split 150, 160. And it depends on the size. Like window unit 1 horsepower, you can see it's 130 or 140. But for split on the same 1 horsepower, you can see it 160, 150. And if the installer, if you are to the install to fix this one for you, they may take like 50,000 or 45,000 to fix the split on. But the window on, in as much as the hole is there, you can lift it and put it inside the hole without any money. So that one is more preferable. But some people will say that they don't want this window unit, old-fashioned. But in the actual sense, that one is so-called old-fashioned works better than split. There's no problem.
But it's not all smooth sailing. Even with the rise in demand, there are several risk factors which the dealers and buyers alike have to navigate through.
As of 2000, during that COVID, I remember the exchange rate at that time. The first time I imported was during that COVID. That was about July, August. And with about 5 million, you can import at least half container load of goods. That was around that July 2020. But of course, you know now, with 30 million, you understand, you cannot even import half container load of kitchen equipment. The truth of the matter is Tokumbo is Tokumbo. You understand? Tokumbo has his own price. Brand new has his own price. So the moment you buy, sometimes importers, I see their lamentations. You know what they pass through. And I believe that government should understand this thing, because what comes around, they say what goes around comes around. You bring in your market to the wharf, so you clear your market, and as you clear it, you know, they want to examine the containers. NAFDAC will come and say they want to examine, they want to check what is in the container. An official of NAFDAC will say, please bring that thing down. I want to see it. Oh, my wife will like this. And they have sent him to examine and leave. But he will say, bring that thing down. I want my wife will like this one. After that one, he will take it to, and that thing, the man bought those things with his money. Then standard organization will come and look, bring that thing. Oh, my second wife will like it. Bring it. They will take, before you know, they vandalize the container for the man. And the man will be weeping, having paid so much in clearing, having paid so much in shipping. The same goods, when it comes to his warehouse, of course, he's not on the road, you know. Sometimes all these police will be on the road. They will also collect their own. These hoodlums, Alayepu, will collect their own. The man finally discharges his goods. The man will sit down and calculate his total expenses. He will put it back into the goods, and you find out that the man is not losing. You understand? The man is not losing. It's Nigerians that are losing, because everything will go back to the goods. All the pains he had incurred, we will calculate them and put them on the goods. And before you know, there may be goods one could have bought for 10,000 naira. It's now 40,000 naira. We are suffering it. Come down here. How? Is it that we bring in your goods at the wharf, and then they now suddenly tell you, okay, we used to clear it for 20,000. Now please bring 5,000 or 10,000 and clear it. And how has it come down? Or has this exchange rate come down? What determines cost of goods is the exchange rates. You understand? It's the exchange rate. And of course, people don't import the way they used to import. So if it were before, by now, containers would be on every street. Because some of us, our brothers and sisters who are over there, they want to bring in goods so that when they come, they'll sell, use the money, maybe to build for those who wants to build and take care of their families back here in Nigeria. But now nobody wants to come in again. Before, an average importer brings 5 to 10 containers. So the person who used to bring five containers before is now bringing only 2 containers. The person who used to bring 2 containers is bringing 20-feet container, not even up to a full container. So when you go to warehouses are empty, and and once there are few goods, more people will chase those goods, so inflation will come up. So when goods are not really in supply, many people will be chasing the ones that are available. So it will automatically force the price up. So I don't think prices are going down. Prices are going up. Because there is no indices to show that prices are really coming down. The customs, the Standard Organization of Nigeria, the NAFDAC at WAF, they are still there. They will still examine the containers, and they will still collect what they want to collect. They impose the fines they want to impose. And so when it comes, and as the containers are going, most of these customs will also chase a container that has been cleared at wharf. Sometimes they will trace it back to the warehouse and will say these are contraband goods. And before you know it, either they will settle them, and before you know it, all these things will add to the cost of the goods. So I don't think. So things are not coming down.
There are warehouses. We have customers that are overseas that bring the goods. So we do buy from them when they offload. That is where the problem lies, because the cost of importation, according to the importers, is high now. The cost of importation, the custom duty and all those things, they are very high now. So that is where the problem lies, because they increase their price. Like what I buy this month, 500 naira. Next month, maybe if the price have changed, they too will change their price. So we the final consumers, we also change our price.
Beyond affordability, there is also a sustainability angle, as more Nigerians are embracing refurbished items, helping cut down electronic waste and extend product life cycles. It's a shift that mirrors global trends in sustainable consumption.
Fair use, someone like you can lay a hand on. That's a hope of common man. Fair use, but new ones. Imagine you are selling one horsepower for 140,000. When you go to a new one, you see it for 350,000, 400,000. So we prefer this one. And those fair use, they are European standard. But here, the new one is Nigerian use. Maybe when you if you have the opportunity to go to abroad, you tell them to do some standard ones, who will be very, very cheaper. And when they come here, they increase the price. So that fair use is far better than the so-called new ones. The difference is that you can open wall like this, just like this one now, up there now. You can open wall, but this one can open small wall like this to pass the pipe through. But the other one, some landlord may say, no, you don't have to put this one, you don't have to open my wall. That for the spirit, you can open small wall where you can pass the pipe through. It depends on the individual, because you may rent an apartment, planning to buy split, the landlord will say no. There is hole for window, so you have to do that one. But if the landlord gives you opportunity, you can buy anyone you like. And more especially the other one they call inverter, that one consume less energy compared with the other ones. So people are moving to that one, and that one has great disadvantage. Disadvantage in the sense that if that one spoiled, like this one now, or this one spoiled, if it is inverter, you can use the up of this one, which is not inverter, you can change it. But if once it's inverter must be inverter. So if it is 104, it must be 104. But if there's other one which is not inverter, you can use any one to fix it. 104 is meant for one room. Then one has a room and parlor, or a parlor. Then 2 horsepower for bigger parlor. That's the only difference. The highest horsepower for this one, you have 3 horsepower. That's one they use in the banks or big churches. But for living rooms, you can see 1 horsepower, 1.5, 2 horsepower. You have 3 horsepower, have 5 horsepower as well. The advice is you must be patient. You know, this is a luxurious business. For one comfort, it's not like a necessity, something that you must use every day. Because it's optional. For example, now if you want to use to feel comfortable, if you do not chop for maybe 3 square meters, you cannot be good saying, let me buy AC. But if you want to feel comfortable, you can say you take AC, you buy AC. Because Nigeria is too hard. If to say this country is good, what another business? Because this one takes a lot of patience to stay. Imagine when you can come in the morning, 2 days, 3 days, do not sell. How do you survive? And if you say, let me go and change another one, where is the capital to do it? And it may be a kind of business like this AC now that's movable here in Lagos. When you go to East or North, it will not be moving like that. Because in this Lagos now, you can see when you count 2 or 4 buildings, you must see AC there. But when you go to East, maybe like Orange, you can count 10 to 15 without a single AC there. So if you say, let me relocate, and when you relocate, you see that it will be more difficult. So if you are relocating, you have to find a business that will move there. So in a situation whereby you don't have any of those ones, you have to stay and manage the one you have.
As household navigates squeezed budgets, the thrift appliance market is proving that value and practicality are driving purchase decisions more than brand new shine. In a time where every naira counts, thrift is no longer survival, it's strategy. That's the pulse of the thrifted home appliances industry. This is Market Pulse.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol. We get for Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs